With Grammarly Business's secure AI, insightful prompts and suggestions help you get more done and unlock quality communication. And because every message is an opportunity to build your brand, Grammarly can adjust to match your
capacity is also increasing. If you're considered buying a fleet carrier, or maybe you already own one, then this video is most definitely for you. Because today we're gonna go over everything you need to know to properly manage your fleet carrier. Today's video is sponsored by Secret Lab. We all strive for the best possible gaming experience, but the importance of a good quality chair is often underestimated. Secret Lab produces some of the most comfortable and high quality gaming chairs you can get. So upgrade your Commander chair today and fly in style and comfort. Follow the link in the video description to their store, type in your height, your weight, and it will tell you which chairs fit you for the best possible seating experience. Hello ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to Elite Dangerous with Down to Earth Astronomy. So, fleet carriers. Let's dive right into it, and let's start with what will be the first step for any would-be fleet carrier owner, and that is to get your hands on a fleet carrier itself. A fleet carrier costs 5 billion credits just for the hull. You'll have to add modules. We'll come back to those in a second. In order to buy a fleet carrier, you need to find a system that has the fleet carrier vendor. If we go over here to the map and we select services, you can see here we have the option to select fleet carrier vendor and fleet carrier administration. You need the fleet carrier vendor if you want to buy one. If you want to make changes to your loadout, you need to head to a system with a fleet carrier administration. All the systems with the vendor also has administrations. However, it seems at this time there is a bug with these filters, that they're just outright not working. For instance, the system here right next to Girata Desra, Sekiko 0 or Sekiko O, I don't know. That system does have the administration services, but I don't know why these filters are not working. At least I haven't been able to make them actually function. However, if we do open up the system, we go to the station here, we can see that the offered services at this station does include fleet carrier vendor and carrier administration. So the services are definitely available in the system. So once you got your hands on your fleet carrier, it's time to set it up with the modules that you need. You make sure you're in a system with a carrier administration, and you can do one or two things. If you're docked, like I am here, you go into the services and you go to carrier management. Alternatively, if you are not docked at your carrier, you can go in here to the carrier management section here, where you will have access to much the same as you do in some of the other interfaces. The first up here is the summary. This is just a brief overview of what's going on with your carrier. The capacity you can see here at the top shows what the internal storage in the fleet carrier is being used for. As you fit modules, they take up capacity, and as you fit materials in the hangar, I'll show you all that in a second, that also takes up capacity. So this is equivalent, even though it says units, it is storage just as you have on your ship. So this one can hold what is equivalent to 25,000 tons of stuff. My marketplace is using a little bit, my installed services are using a little bit, and I have some free space. Now the marketplace is also where you have all your materials that you have in storage. This also counts as marketplace usage, even though you might just use it as storage for your own private goods. Then you get a list of the available services that you have installed on your carrier that is currently active. Then you have your carrier's security rating, and then of course you have the carrier administration. It says not available in the star system because we are out in the middle of nowhere, out close to the mining spot. Next up we have the navigation panel. This is where you control your jumping and moving the carrier around. You can see here again your current system. You can see how much storage, how much tritium you have in the tritium reserve, and also your current jump capabilities. How far can you currently jump? If you want to fill up your tritium storage, you can see it is right here, and you can see, in fact, yes, I am down to 27%. You can carry more tritium that the tritium depot can hold. You can hold up to 1,000 tons. And as you can see here, if I go over here to my inventory and go into transfer, this is where you control your storage from. And you can see here I have a few low temperature diamonds I've been mining, and I also have some tritium in storage. So I could now take some of this tritium, like so, and then I can click confirm down here. Now I've moved that from the internal storage over to my cargo hold, as you can see here. Oops. And then we can go to the tritium depot, and I can now donate this tritium like so, and I now have more fuel on board my carrier. This you cannot do remotely. Obviously, you need to be on the carrier in order to transfer it over, and this is one of the very few things that cannot be managed remotely from the fleet carrier management screen. And similarly, if you want to transfer stuff the other way, I just took a few low temperature diamonds out of the hold. Again, you go up to transfer, and you then either just scroll back and forth, or you go transfer all, and then you go down, you click confirm, and it's transferred back into the fleet carrier. Now, if you want to actually schedule a jump, what you have to do is you have to open the galaxy map from in here. You can't open the galaxy map in the usual way. You have to use this menu and click open galaxy map. Once you've done that, you can then select where you want to go. For instance, say I actually need to go back to the bubble now, so I'm gonna go and select LP. You can either just select the system here, then it will do a jump directly to the main star if there's room. Otherwise, it's going to put you at some planet or moon where there's room for a fleet carrier. Alternatively, you can open up the system map and you can select the specific body you want to jump to. I'm just going to take the same one as where our station is at. And then I'm going to set us carrier destination. And if we now go back here to the navigation, you can now see and we have the landing pad lockdown as well as the estimated departure. And you can also see how much fuel you have now, how much fuel you have after the jump. Now you can, if you want to, go in here and you can then select the system. You can cancel your jump if you want to. But keep in mind, you can only do that until the landing pad lockdown happens. After this timer, the lower timer here, the fleet carrier is going to go into lockdown, meaning all landing pads will be lowered into the hangar. They will be sealed shut. Nobody will be allowed to either dock or leave the carrier after this point. Then there is about 2.5 minutes-ish, I think, until the jump happens. And once you arrive at the other end, the ship will be opened back up and people are once again allowed to leave. After the jump, you will have a 5-minute cooldown before you can schedule the next jump. And with around 15 minutes of charge up time before the jump happens, that means you have about a 20-minute gap between each window. So if you're cutting it really, really tight, you can do about 3 jumps per hour with a maximum range of 500 light years. So that's 1500 light years per hour, which is the maximum speed at which you can move a fleet carrier. Next up, we have the budget screen, where you show all the finances for your carrier. Keep in mind that you will, with a fleet carrier, have 2 separate wallets. You will have your own private wallet and you will have your fleet carrier wallet. You can see here I currently have around 4 billion credits allocated to my fleet carrier. You can see here how much is being allocated now for weekly upkeep and how much is available. There's actually a little bit of like a negative amount now because I have allocated more than is actually available. So I could lower the slider and say I put it down and say I want to allocate around 1 billion credits to my upkeep, and we can see how much is available. If you put anything into the commodity market or the black market, come back to that in a second, then you will also see here how much money has been allocated for that. And that's again just done with the slider. Next up, we have the weekly upkeep down here where you can see how much your upkeep is. This is dependent on the modules you're installing. So as you install more modules, your upkeep will begin to increase. You'll have to pay more money every week to keep the fleet carrier flying. If you want to figure out exactly how much your upkeep is going to be, you can go over to the Commander's Toolbox, where there's a small tool that allows you to sit and play around with the different services, turning them on or off, or suspended. Again, I'm going to come back to suspending services in a second here. And you can then see what your buy price is going to be to actually acquiring those services, what's your weekly upkeep, and again, how much cargo they use out of your 25,000 tons. And then there's a breakdown down here at the bottom, what your total buy price for your character will be, how much remaining cargo you will have available, weekly upkeep, monthly upkeep, and yearly upkeep is all listed over here on the Commander's Toolbox. You also, part of your weekly upkeep, you do have hull maintenance. That is jumps you do. So every week you get a additional upkeep that is 100,000 credits per jump that you take. You can see so far this week I've done 4 jumps, so I have 400,000 credits of additional upkeep I need to pay this week. And finally, you have your service tariff. This is basically your cut of any service that people use on board the fleet carrier. So whenever people refuel, repair their ship, buy limpets, or buy ships and modules from you, if that's what you want to do, then you can add an additional tax, meaning they're going to pay more than they're used to on other stations, and whatever they pay extra goes into your wallet. And you can go anywhere from 0 to a 100% service tariff. And all the way at the bottom here, you can now either deposit or withdraw money from the fleet carrier. And a nice little addition is you can now also go ahead and just simply type in. So if you want to to deposit 1,000,000,000 credits, I would do it like so, and I could then click confirm, and 1,000,000,000 credits will be taken out of my personal wallet and put into the Fleet Carrier wallet. I'm just going to jump over the commodity market and go to services. We're going to come back to the commodity market in a bit. Here you can see all the services that you can install and that you currently have installed on your Fleet Carrier. The bridge crew, the commodity trading, the normal like market, as well as the tritium depot, they all come as standard and they don't add any additional upkeeps, and you get them for free with the Fleet Carrier. Well, for free, you paid 5 billion for it. All of those are just there and they are included in the 5 million core upkeep. What is not part of the core upkeep is stuff like refuel, which again allows you and guests to refuel. If you do not have this installed, you cannot refuel your ship at the Fleet Carrier. The same with repairs. If you want to repair your ship, you need that as well. And the armory, which allows you to restock not just ammo, but if we actually go in here to the advanced maintenance, you can see here you also get access to like restock SRVs and fighters and limpets and that kind of stuff. So it does add quite a bit of services to the Fleet Carrier. The redemption office is basically like a interstellar factor where you can go and you can hand in bounty vouchers. So again, if you want to have that service available, you can go ahead and you can buy that. You can see I haven't, and here you can see the prices, but again, all those prices you can also just see them by going to the commander's toolbox. The shipyard and the outfittings is a little interesting because for the owner, the shipyard is available and outfitting and module storage is available for the owner as default. However, if you want to extend this service to the guests on your Fleet Carrier, so you want visitors to be able to store their ships, store modules, change ships on board the Fleet Carrier, then you need those two services enabled. They are very expensive. They do have a high upkeep. The security warehouse is the black market, so it works much similar to the commodity trading. Only this is for illegal or that kind of like illegal or stolen goods. And universal cartography should also be pretty self-explanatory if you want to sell exploration data. Now you might have noticed as we clicked in here, there was both an active upkeep and a suspended upkeep. And that's because you can suspend services if you don't need them. So for instance, let's say I don't want to be able to refuel. I could go here and I could click suspend service. That service is now suspended, meaning if I go out here, you can see this one down here, refuel service suspended. I cannot refuel my carrier any longer until, of course, I go in and I re-enable the suspended service. A suspended service use a smaller upkeep, so it's a way to save money. And as you can see here, you can do this even outside a administration system. You can do this from anywhere. So even if you are thousands of light years out in the black, you can suspend services. Okay, let's head into the commodity market. Here you can set up buy and sell orders on your Fleet Carriers for all kinds of different materials. If we go in here, you can see we get a list of all the different materials that are available in the commodity market. We could be, for instance, that I wanted to go and trade low temperature diamonds. I could then click here and I could say whether I wanted to buy or sell this material. Let's say I want to buy. I could now sit here and scroll up till how much I want, and you can see here how my capacity is also increasing, or the amount of capacity that I'm using is increasing as I'm allocating, because that space will be pre-allocated and you will not have access to that space as long as that buy order is up. Also, you can set up the buy price. However, there is a cap of 1000%, and since the galactic average for low temperature diamonds is around 57,000 credits, that means you're never going to be able to offer more than 570,000 credits, which is about half the price of in the bubble, at least as it is right now. I hope that's a thing that will change in the future. And again, you can only buy or sell. You can't do both at the same time. So either I could also go and say, I now want to sell some low temperature diamonds I have, and I could then set up the price. And there are similar restrictions in place here, where I'm limited to only 10 times the galactic average for my sell price. I'm going to unclick that because I don't want to do any trading with that right now. I should also say that currently, at least at the time of this recording, there is a bug with commodity market that when you sell stuff to the commodity market, whether you're the owner or a visitor, the material still shows up in your hangar, but it shows up as stolen. This is a bug. I'm pretty sure this will be fixed, and you can resolve it by simply, often it's enough to just go ahead and close down the carrier service window and open it up again. That often resets it. Or alternatively, if you really wanted to go away, you can log out to the main menu and back in. That should also remove it from your cargo hold. It's not because the cargo is actually there and you are running with stolen goods. I believe it's just a graphical bug At least it seems to be able to correct itself after a while, but I hope that's something that will be fixed in the not too distant future. As you can see here, I do not have the black market, but it works pretty much in the same way as the normal market, where you just set up for stolen and illegal goods. Next up, we have the shipyard and the outfitting. I'm going to do both of these at the same time because they're very similar. If you are in a system with a carrier administration, you can stock up on ships. They are at the moment in packages, meaning that you can't just say I want 2 of that modules and 3 of that modules. You kind of buy them in packages that contains a variety of modules in various sizes. One of the downsides here is if you run out of stock of a module, well, there's not much you can do. You have to head to an administration service system in order to restock. So if you're planning to offer ships and modules in deep space out in the black, do keep in mind that you will eventually run out and you will have to make trips back to the bubble to restock on all your modules. Next up, we have the livery. It's, again, pretty self-explanatory. It's much like the other ones. As you can see right now, there's a bug, even though I do have a paint job on my fleet carrier. For some reason, it doesn't show until you just go in here and reselect it. There we go. Now a paint job is applied. I hope that'll fix that. There is a variety of different paint jobs. There's actually a lot of different paint jobs you can get, and these can of course be purchased for arcs. Same with thruster colors. You can have the numbers on the landing pad have different colors, and you can change the air traffic controller voice as well in here. You have of course nameplates you can put on the side. You can have various designs of those, various icons that you have access to can all be put on the side, or decals. And then finally, there's the actual layout of the carrier, where you can change the shape of the carrier, or basically like a ship kit, so it looks a little different, it looks a little unique. You can also change that in here if you wish to. And this gets us down to the settings menu. Down here, you can basically control various aspects of your carrier. For instance, docking access. Do you want it to be everybody can dock on your carrier, squadrons only, friends only, squadron and friends, or no one? Apart from you, of course, you can always dock at your own carrier, even though you've set this to none. Same here with notorious commanders, or people who have notoriety. Are they allowed to dock or not? You can set that in here as well. You can also set the activity if you want to, so you can kind of tell other people what is the focus of this carrier. I've set mine to mining, since that's going to be the main purpose of this. And you can also decommission your carrier, where you basically sell it for scraps, and you will get a percentage of the original buy price back for the carrier. Thanks a lot for watching, guys. I hope you enjoyed this video. If you did, give a like, subscribe to the channel, and until next time, I will see you guys in space.
Johnson, why are you naked?
Because my t-shirt sucks.
Look at Gibson! He's wearing a true classic tee.
Today I want to talk to you about how you can use your fleet carrier to generate a passive income that will hopefully help you pay towards the upkeep, or maybe even cut yourself a little profit. Today's video is brought to you by GameGlass. GameGlass allows you to take control of your ship from a tablet or phone. Not only that, but you also get on-screen information about your ship, your targets, and the world around you. So gone are the days where you have no more room for your key bindings, or you have to alt-tab out of the game to look up market data. On top of that, GameGlass also works with Star Citizens, so follow the link in the video description and try GameGlass for free. If you like it and want more shards and features, you can buy them individually, or you can subscribe to GlassPass. Use offer code DTEA on checkout and get 5% off your first purchase. Hello ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Elite Dangerous with Down to Earth Astronomy. So let's talk about money making, and especially using fleet carriers for generating money. There are many ways you can use a fleet carrier. Some of them is what I would consider as secondary incomes, where you use your fleet carrier to support other activities. That could be using it as a mining platform where you can store materials so you can sell them when the market is good, or maybe you use it for touristing and you ferry people around and you get paid that way. But what we're going to be talking about today is the more direct income you can get from a fleet carrier through trade. Now, if you're going to use your fleet carrier to generate money through trade, you need to make yourself a plan, and you need to be conscious about the materials you're trading, where they come from, where's the supply, and where's the demand. Where are you going to get rid of this material, again, so you're not burning in with stock that you cannot get rid of. Now, we have a little matrix here where we on the one side we have the supply, and the supply can either come from NPCs or from players. And on the other axis, we have demand that can also either be selling to NPCs or selling to players. all materials in League will fall into one or more of these boxes. Some will only be in one, and some materials will actually be in all 4 of these boxes. Now, for instance, we could look at the materials like void opals or low temperature diamonds. These you cannot buy from a station. That means there is no NPC supply. But you can buy them from players, as these materials are often mined by players, so therefore there is a player supply. However, these materials are not consumed by players. Players might want to buy them, but they're only buying them with the intent to sell them again for a profit. So that's kind of like just a middleman trade, and we're going to ignore that. There is no consumption of these materials by players, and therefore there's no demand for these materials from players, and there's only an NPC demand. So therefore they'll fall in this category down here. If you look at other materials like gold and silver, for instance, while these can also be mined, yes, they are very rarely mined by players because they are relatively low value compared to other materials. Therefore, the supply that you get from players is going to be negligible. However, these materials can be bought off stations. And in similar fashion as with low temps and void opals, these are not really consumed. Gold, yeah, the Modern Engineers does need a little bit of gold in order to unlock that people often buy, so technically there is a player demand, but it's a very small demand, so in large extent I'm going to ignore that here. But there is of course an NPC demand. You can sell gold and silver to stations. So that means that gold and silver will fall into this box here. And then you have a material like tritium, which is quite special because it's one of the very few materials where there is a significant player demand for it. Of course, because people use it in fuel as their fleet carrier, so it is consumed by fleet carriers. You can also sell it to a station, so there's also an NPC demand. You can also buy the stuff from a station, so there's an NPC supply, and players will also go out and mine it, so there's also an player supply. So tritium actually falls into all of the categories here. Next, you need to figure out how you want to do your trade. And there are multiple different ways you can do this. There are, as I see, 2 different base types of trade that you can do in terms of trade tactics, at least. There is either a distance trade or there is a time trade. A distance trade is where you are planning to flip the materials quickly. So you might buy a small quantity now, get it in as quickly as you can, move the fleet carrier to another station and offload it at that station where you spot a gap in the market where you can buy stuff cheap and sell it high someplace else. That was I would consider a distance trade. A time trade is where you have a more deeper understanding of the market. You know what kind of prices will this material go up to and when is the market low. And when the market is low, you buy stuff in, then you sit on the material, you wait for the market to come back up. When the market comes back up, you offload it again at a station with a higher price. Now, of course, when you are getting materials on and off your carrier, you could do it yourself, but ferrying thousands and thousands of tons of materials on and off fleet carriers is not really a passive income, which is what we're looking for today. The downside is then you need to pay for someone else to do it for you. The way you can do this is take your fleet carrier and park it right next to a station where something is being sold at a low price. You then set up a buy order on your fleet carrier at a higher price, and thereby you encourage players to go to that station, buy the material, fly it out to your fleet carrier and sell it, and they get a profit for the trouble of flying back and forth. Similarly, of course, that also means when you find a station that has a high buy price where you can get rid of this material again, you need to pay people to offload it again, so you need to set it for sale on your fleet carrier at a lower price than the station is buying for, so people have an incentive to go to a fleet carrier, buy it, fly it into the station and offload it. So as you can see here, you are actually cutting significantly into your profit by paying people for the transport. But of course, this would be a very passive way of making money. Now, I have one thing I want to ask you before we go and talk about how I would set up trade for passive income. And that is if you would consider to go down and subscribe to the channel. It would really mean a lot to me. Statistics say that 2/3 of you watching are not even subscribed. So I would love to get you guys on board if you're interested in more Elite Dangerous videos and guides. So what I recommend you do, if you want to make some passive income, is, first of all, you need to have an understanding of mining. Because we are going to be supporting the miners, all the miners that doesn't own a fleet carrier. And we're going to be focusing on high value materials that players would typically collect. So you need to understand where the miners are, where they are going. Miners will have a tendency to go to overlapping hotspots if they're doing laser mining, for instance. Or they might go and do core mining, but that's a little bit more hard to track. But you need to go and figure out where are the overlapping hotspots. So go out on Reddit, look for instance where have people made mining maps, those kind of things. Where are the known overlapping hotspots? So let's say you find yourself a good overlapping P9 hotspot and you're expecting a decent activity of miners in that area. When the market is low, so you need to keep an eye on the market. When the NPC stations is paying a poor price for the materials, you're going to move your carrier to those mining hotspots and put it as close to it as can. Put something in the name that shows that you are buying that material, so people can actually see it on the galaxy map. And then you need, of course, to set up that buy order. And you can actually set up the buy order at either the low price the station has, because at this point you could even try to set it lower than the stations, because you are actually offering people a convenience of not having to fly hundreds of light years to a station to sell. And if you also know that, let's say, the prices can swing by a factor of 2, if you pay 10% more than the stations, you still know that you have a 90% gap that you can trade with them. You could set up the prices here. You will, of course, have to compete with other fleet carriers in the area. So you need to see what others are offering, and you need, of course, to up them a little bit so you do have the best price in the area. And then you just need to wait for people to come move stuff from the rings, fly to your fleet carrier and sell. So now while the market is low, you're going to stock up and you're going to get as much of this material in, whatever material it is, you're going to get as much of it on board your fleet carrier as you can. And then you're going to wait. As I said, we're going to do a time trade here. So we're going to be waiting. We're going to keep an eye on the market. When the market goes up and the prices are high, then you're going to have to go move your fleet carrier to that station that has a good price. And remember, these can change quickly, so there is a little bit of activity here where you might have to drop the fleet carrier around. Because mining materials fluctuate massively in price, there can be a factor of 2 between when it's low and when it's high, so it could be sometimes twice as high as other times. You have a huge margin to trade within here. And yes, you're going to have to pay people a little bit to ferret off your carrier, but by trading off a ring instead of a station, people will naturally just want to get rid of this material and get some money out of it. And if they can save half an hour of travel by going to a fleet carrier, then you save yourself basically you're not paying people to transport on your carrier. That's what I'm trying to say. And again, all this can be handled remotely. You don't necessarily have to be on the carrier, almost, because in order for people to actually know that the carrier is there, you need to make sure that it gets listed in the Elite Dangerous Market Network. This is the data network that is supporting all the third-party tools like Inara, EDDB. If you go to any Elite Dangerous related website and it has market prices that are live updated, then it is connecting to the Elite Dangerous Market Network. So you need to get your carrier in that network. Luckily, that's relatively easy. Most tools, like for instance, I think ED Discovery connects to it. You have the ED Market Connector. A lot of these third-party tools you install locally, they will connect to this network and they will supply data for it. So if you just want a small lightweight tool just to do this, get the Elite Dangerous Market Connector. All it really does is when you dock, it just every 30 seconds it then updates the market and put it in the network. And if you're ever in doubt whether you got it listed correctly, go into Inara, go into EDDB and search up and see if you can find your own carrier in there so that people can go and they can find your stuff and they can actually see there is some profit to be made. Again, when you're selling, it's also good to change the name of your carrier. So if, for instance, you have miners that are coming to sell the materials, they might spot your carrier in the system, and if they say, hey, I'm selling for 10% lower than station, then they might think, oh, you know what, instead of going mining, I'm just going to do a few trips here and then make that little profit there. So do advertise your carrier through its name. Make sure you get it in the market network so people can find it. Try to get it to be as visible as possible. And of course, the closer you can get a parking spot to the stations, the more convenient it is, the easier it is for people to offload it, and the higher the chances that people are actually going to spend. If they have to fly 10,000 light seconds in order to get to the station, it might not be as good of a deal, and you might have to lower the prices even further to entice people to come out and help you offload. But that's going to be it for today. Thanks a lot for watching, and until next time, I will see you guys in space.
Where are the kids?
I don't know. I'll check their sync up kids watches. Oh, they're at the park.
You call?
Wow, who knows, Elite Dangerous could be so beautiful. 10 more. That's 1. That's 2. 3. 4 splashed. Number 5. 6 splashed. 7 splashed. Number 8 splashed. Number 9. Number 10 splashed.
Breathe easy, Commander. Enemies eliminated.
Mission accomplished. Let's go claim the reward. Cleave hub. My last station to collect rewards. 1. Only 1 mission. 11 million. That's it. Okay, collecting it. And this will put me over 6.1 billion. I have reached my goal. Now it is time to buy the fleet carrier. I know I should have made more money, but I just can't wait. Let's just get it over with. By the way, where to buy a fleet carrier? Hold on, let me check. Alright, I have Googled it. It shows me these locations. I'm going to search. 6 jumps with this ship. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go. Ooh. What is this? Wait, is that a place to buy fleet carrier? Contact Adder. I think but should I go to this port? Okay, let's just land here and see. Let's go in. That's alright. My hull is at 99%. All good. Everything's good. Never fly safe. Nice. Okay, let's check it out.
Facilities are at your disposal, Commander.
Shipyard. Purchase ships? No, it's not here. Where can I buy a fleet carrier? How can I buy a fleet carrier? I have no idea. Okay, auto launch. I'm gonna go to that station. Maybe I need to land in that station to buy a fleet carrier. So, do I need to come here to buy a fleet carrier? Ooh, this looks so cool, but how do I buy a fleet carrier? Oh, do I need to go landing here? Oh! What is this? This looks like a Death Star, and I can sabotage it. Oh, this is out. Oh! Okay, I'm going to land in Clockport again. I'm going to disembark and see if I can buy the fleet carrier inside. There must be an office that I can go to and buy the fleet carrier. So I am in the store right now. Is it here? Let me try.
Let me help you find the ship. I'm here if you have any questions.
No, it's not here. This is for the ships. This is so frustrating. I don't know how and where to get a fleet carrier. Come on. Oh, administrative contact. Maybe here. No. Huh. Man, this is a little bit frustrating. I have no idea how to get a fleet carrier. See, this is the thing. You have the money, now you want to spend it, and you couldn't find a way to spend it. So, mission, commodity, shipyard, no crew, launch contacts. Oh! Fleet carrier vendor. There we go. Oh my goodness. I am so excited. 5 billion! 4 small, 4 medium, and 8 large. Landing pad. Oh, okay. So total I have 4 small size, 4 medium, and 8 large size. Review. There is no. Well, there's a handbook I can read, but too much reading. No other options. I'm just gonna buy this fleet carrier right now. I am going to spend this 5 billion credits. Let's do it. Carrier name. Oh, I can name my carrier. You know what? I have a good name for it. I'm gonna call it Bunny Bus. This is inspired by one of the viewers through one of the comments. And I think this is a pretty good name. Bunny Bus. Confirm purchase.
Incoming message.
Oh. Outstanding commander, on behalf of the Brewer Corporation, may we offer our sincerest congratulations. You are now the proud owner of a Drake-class carrier. Your carrier is ready for service. Further details have been delivered to your inbox. Location, Napia. What? View carrier location. Oh, it's not that far. One jump away. Let's go. Let's go. Oh, I am here. Bunny Bus. Here. Oh, let's go. I passed it. Oh. Oh. I have pre-purchased some of the cosmetics for this carrier, so I need to figure out how to apply it. This is my carrier. Wow. Nice. Oh, someone else is landing on my carrier as well. Oh, I think it's NPC. Alright. I'll allow it. I will allow anybody to land on my carrier. So, disembark. Ah, this is my new home in Elite Dangerous. Hangar 13, Bunny Bus. Alright, let's see. How do I... There's no services open yet, so how do I customize it? Maybe it's here? Okay, carrier management. Okay, let's do this. Okay, library settings, carrier services, commodity trading, budget, deposit, withdraw. I need to put some services for my carrier, so bridge crew, core services. Let's see. Well, oh, I can replace these. Looks like they are random, so whatever. Just insufficient carrier balance. So what? Budget, manage services, tariffs, deposit, withdrawal. All right, deposit. I'm gonna deposit money for my carrier. I'm gonna deposit 1 billion. Oh, that's 1 million. Is there a way I can put? Yeah, I can put. Just put a 0. 1 0 0 0 0 0 0 0. There we go. 1 billion. Now I can put some services. Refueling station, install facility. All right. Let's install refueling. Of course, it's very important. Repair crew. Install service armory. Install facility. Redemption office. Install facility. I'm gonna use that redemption office right away after this. Shipyard. Install facility. Outfitting. Install facility. Secure warehouse. Install facility. Insufficient carrier balance. Well, I better keep at least 100 million in case for my rebuy. I think I can add only one more. The concourse bar. So I'm gonna add this one. Okay, Pioneer Supplies. Shipyard, outfitting, secure warehouse. I don't know what this is. Okay. Well, good thing is I can always suspend and uninstall facility, so it's good for now. Oh, this is so cool. I can sell these ships on my ship. Let me add this adder. Purchase stock. Insufficient carrier balance, I see. Alright, this is so cool. Analytical devices, Xeno, I have no idea what these are. Cargo racks, oh, I can decide which one to sell. This is awesome, I can manage this. Awesome. All right, I have to play with these later. Oh, let's see. Market, manage market. I don't have anything here. Wow, I gotta have to spend time playing around with those things. But
Hey, so if you're like me, you got yourself a fleet carrier and it's nice and shiny, and you don't really know what you're doing with it. So hopefully this video will help you figure out some different things that you can do with your fleet carrier. First thing, how do you move your fleet carrier? Go over to your side panel here, carrier management. You can also access your carrier management at some of the internal panels inside the fleet carrier. I'll show you those later in the video. Go over to your navigation panel, and you just pick a star just like you would your ship. It's got a maximum range of 500 light years. When you get to a system, you actually can move it, or if you know the system ahead of time, but I'm going out in deep space, so I don't. But once you get to the system, if you want to move your fleet carrier to a different planet, that's actually super easy to do as well. But for the sake of this video, we're just going to show how to move the fleet carrier from one system to another. It's going to pick about 500 light years away. Let's go a little further out. I'm just currently going in a little arc over to Colonia. I'm probably going to park my fleet carrier there for a little while. Figure the trip to Colonia, I'll make a couple billion on biodata. So there you go. Just set your fleet carrier, and you got about 15 minutes until this thing jumps. Okay, so after you got your carrier, you're out in deep space. Let's say you're running out of money for some reason. You need to start shutting down some of your services. Or you're just out there in deep space and you just don't feel like you need the services on. Come over here to your carrier services. Now, these are going to stay on. But all these optional services that you have, you can shut those off. I actually never purchased this. I don't feel a need to have people storing illegal shit on my ship. And you can select which ones that you just don't want to have and just shut them off, and you'll be able to reduce your upkeep by about 50%. So, yeah, maybe not. Yeah, some of these are pretty close to 50. Some are way better than 50. So there you go. Wow, that is really dumb that some of these are such a huge gap in the difference. But nonetheless, you need to shut off some carrier services because you're running low on money out in the black, or you just want to take a break. This is where you go to do it. Okay, talking about money and the fleet carrier. Your fleet carrier needs money. Anytime you do anything, the money goes to you, not the fleet carrier. So, come over here to budget. This is going to give you a breakdown of everything. It's going to tell you how much it costs, how much your ship costs. Like right now, I had, if you look right in the middle, I've got 0% hull maintenance. At the end of this week, I'm going to be doing a shit ton of jumps. So I think it's about 100,000 credits per jump is what you're going to pay. So obviously more jumps, the more you pay. So you just go over to deposit and withdraw. This is super easy. Pick which one you need, take money from, put money in. And it's just that, it's that simple. I usually keep my carrier has more money than I need. You can get your money anywhere, so it really doesn't matter. I just make sure I have way more. I mean, I need like 50 million for a rebuy, something like that. Probably not even that. Actually, no, the ship I'm in I think needs even less than that. So yeah, as long as I have enough for a rebuy, that's all I really care about. The rest of the ship goes in the fleet carrier. If at any time I need money, I can just go into the carrier management, go to deposit withdraw.
Howdy everybody. This is after several research and everything like that. I said I was going to sell this, so let me show you what I did. Okay, display rate, I think that's going to show up. I checked the tritium, and as you can see, that's buy. Okay, filter carriers, we don't care about them. Nothing shows up there. Okay, so that's painite. Okay, and then I'll go check tritium too, just to keep it straight up. And this is the reason that I'm getting rid of everything like that. Okay, so you got 8 units at 4321, and if you remember the painite after 2 nerfs last patch before the fleet carriers, remember
I'm proud to announce the launch of Bent Key, an entirely new company from the Daily Wire. A company dedicated to...
Hi guys and girls, I'm Obsidian and welcome back to Elite Dangerous. Now in the previous video, my carrier was stuck out here in the Maya system. It had jumped out here, I was unable to cancel it, and now we don't have enough fuel to get back. So I'm out here with Commander Civilian, and we're looking for a bunch of fuel. Hopefully we can pick it up from one of these stations here, because it is sold from refinery economies. Now this one of course is high-tech, but it's worth checking just in case, because it is in a refinery or extraction system. If all else fails, we can use some mining.
Dear Frontier, I think it's time we have a little chat. Today's video is mostly going to be a talking head video, so if you don't want to look at my pretty face, you can minimize the video. Elite Dangerous is currently at an all-time low when we measure it on average monthly concurrent players. I do understand, Frontier, you got a new CEO who is educated in zoology. So it's natural that a lot of love and attention is going to be put towards your zoo games and your dinosaur games, and that your almost 10-year-old space sim is going to receive less attention. However, I do feel like there is a number of things that could be done with limited resources to help pull Elite in what I would consider a more healthy direction for the longevity of the game. I want to start by talking about the massive focus that has been on Thargoid content in almost the last year now. A while back I did a poll on my YouTube channel where I asked people whether they were very positive, somewhat positive, neutral, somewhat negative, or very negative regarding all the Thargoid content that was being put into the game. 64% of you guys out there voted that you were either negative or neutral about it. That meant that 2/3 of the player community doesn't really care much about this Thargoid content. I think that by hyper-focusing so intensely on a single proficiency in Elite, that kind of a large part of the audience, or the player base, feel like they're being alienated, they're being left out, as they're not receiving anything for the type of gameplay that they like in Elite. I understand that this will likely be the same regardless of what position you pick. If you pick mining or exploration, I could probably do the same poll and say that 2/3 of the community is not interested in whatever given proficiency. So that's why my suggestion is, instead of hyper-focusing on one narrow proficiency in the game, do something that generate content for the player base on a larger scale, that improves the life of the player base across multiple proficiencies. And again, I understand that you have limited resources available. That's very clear that there is very limited resource being put into Elite right now, but I still think that there are things that could be done where you would get more bang for the buck in terms of overall player engagement with the game. I'm absolutely not saying that you should abandon the Thargoid content that you're doing right now, but just remember that Elite is not a alien combat simulator. It is a space sim, and there's a lot of different aspects to a space sim, not just Thargoid combat. I don't want to just sit here and critique without also giving some feedback. One of the things, the easy wins would be something that people have been asking for years. What happens with new ships? Elite is a space sim, spaceship simulator. Where's my spaceships? The last time we saw a new ship in Elite was the Mamba. There has been more time since the Mamba was released and today and since the launch of Elite and the Mamba. That means for more than half of Elite's lifespan, this spaceship simulator has not seen new spaceships. That is absolutely absurd to me. And when you then go and we look at this new beautiful the Thargoid Titan that we have, which I love it, the atmosphere there is great, it looks awesome, but the amount of work that must have gone into that. I mean, how many ships could have been built with the same time and effort that went into building that structure? I mean, as you said yourself, this is the largest object that has ever been put into Elite Dangerous. It's massive. Surely, if that effort has been put into new ships, at least I would say 1 or 2 of them would have been able to be put out. And the reason why I'm highlighting new ships is because it's one of those things that can easily be made so that they benefit all proficiencies in Elite, and not just one. I mean, just take a look at something like the Crate Mark II, which is also one of the more, well, I'm not going to call it recent, but one of the newest ships that has been added into the game. Super nice multi-purpose ship. People use it for Thargoid combat, people use it for all kinds of different things. We have the same with, like, a prime example would be the Cutter, right? You can make a beautiful, really good mining ship out of the Cutter. You can make a transport ship, people using it for combat, people using it for everything. Really good multi-purpose ship. So I think building multi-purpose, broad ships would really benefit the community more, else that will benefit all different kinds of proficiencies. And also it generates a huge amount of play hours, because all of a sudden there's a new ship, and then somebody say, oh, I want to go and do a exploration build on it, and then people go and engineer their modules, and they spend time farming materials and do all this stuff that we do in Elite. Now, there's also some quality of life things that I think will just make the game more enjoyable to play. One thing that always puzzled me is when you look at the fleet carriers and the timers on the cooldowns and spool up times, in my mind, those 2 timers are swapped. They're backwards. They're completely backwards in my mind. Because as it is right now, we have a long spool off time, like 15 minutes or something. Then the fleet carrier jump, and then you have a short cooldown before you can plot the next route. That is backwards in my head. The way I see it is, spool up times should be short, so that when I say I want to go someplace, I can go there fast, but then I'm kind of stuck in that location for a while. I know that there's a lot of stuff happening behind the scenes with the servers, so that like you have to allocate a space in the system, and there's probably some update times and stuff like that. I know that there's some technical things, but surely 5 minutes should be enough to find a spot in the system and allocate it and stuff like that. I also understand that there is supposed to be a timer, like we can't remove the spool up timer, because if people are on board the fleet carriers, guests are on board the fleet carrier, they need to be able to like get out of there if they don't want to be part of that jump. I still feel like 5 minutes is enough for people on board when they get the warning saying this fleet carrier is about to jump. You can get into the hangar and get out of there before the things go into lockdown. The cooldown timer at the other end, let's say that's 15 minutes. What about if that was dependent on the range? So if you're just using the fleet carrier as a mobile base and you're just jumping around for different spots in the bubble, and you're maybe only doing 100, 150 light year jumps with it, then you get shorter cooldowns. So you have the short spin up time, and then your cooldown is dependent on the range. This means that long range fleet carrier travel, when you're traveling long distances, Colonia for instance, that the speed you can travel here is not changed. But when you're just doing, grocery shopping around the bubble, you're much more maneuverable, you can move around a lot faster. That would make so much more sense to be able to be so much more, I think, enjoyable, and make the fleet carrier so much more useful for the people who have them. Now, I do also want to talk about long range travel, because I did a trip to Colonia and back quite a while back. I was actually doing COVID, and jumping long distances in a fleet carrier is one of the most tedious things in Elite. I mean, you're sitting there, you click, go, next jump, and then you wait 20 minutes. And I was working from home, so I was sitting and working, and every 20 minutes, tap into the game, click next system, work, click next system. It was so tedious. There is a very important thing that I've been trying to advocate for years, and that is the separation of proficiencies. What do I mean with that? Separation of proficiencies is that we don't enforce a gameplay loop onto another gameplay loop. What I mean with that is, if you want to go and do exploration, you should not be forced into mining, as you'd actually do right now. If you want to go and explore with the fleet carriers, you are being forced into mining unless you can stock up your fleet carrier with enough tritium when you leave the bubble. You can buy it off the market or something. you have to go and mine at some point if you're planning to stay out there for an extended period. And you're thereby forcing a gameplay loop onto another. This is a concept that, for some reason, PvPers have a very hard time grasping, as I often see PvPers advocating for that that everything should be open only, and that all mining ships and all transport ships should just carry like proper shields and weapons and combat equipment, because they should just be prepared for combat. My point would that be like, why should miners and industry-focused proficiencies be forced into combat? This would be the same as basically like forcing all combat ships to carry a refinery and a mining laser. Like, the PvP community would go nuts if Frontier they all of a sudden said you have to carry a refinery and you have to carry a mining laser on your combat ships if you want to go and do PvP. It would be completely nuts. Same thing here. So don't force gameplay loops. My point I'm trying to make here is allowing fleet carriers to auto-fuel. Don't make it a money-making opportunity. Let the fuel go into the fuel tank, not into the cargo. Thereby, since fuel can't be taken out of the fuel tank, you can't take it and sell it, but you can actually use that tritium as fuel. And the way I imagine it would work was that if you parked it on top or around a gas giant with an ice ring, let's say that ice ring has to have a tritium hotspot. If it has a tritium hotspot, then you can go in, maybe it would be a module that you install in the fleet carrier and say, crew, I'm paying you like millions and millions and millions every week, go mine for me, go bring in materials. But that mining process would be extremely slow. So it shouldn't be that you just sit there, wait 2 hours and the fleet carrier is full. This would be a process that would take maybe a day or two, because there should be a benefit from going down there and mining yourself. So like, if you want to just refuel quickly, well, get in a mining ship, go mine it yourself. Also, when it comes to long range travel, I think we need route plotting for fleet carriers. But hear me out here, Frontier. I know that you don't want fleet carriers just to be a plot a route and then it just spawns in Beagle Point a week later without any player interaction, because that will not encourage people to play. Here's my argument though. Deep space explorers, they want to go and explore, so allow them to explore and don't force them to be locked in fleet carriers for hours. The way I would implement long range or route plotting for fleet carriers would be, you could jump for as much fuel as you have in your fuel tank. Currently they can hold up to 1,000 tons of tritium. You use about 100 per jump. That means you can do about 10 jumps, 5,000 light years max for a plotted route. With around a 20-minute timer between jumps, that comes up to almost 3.5 hours if you do the manual click, click, click yourself. With an auto travel or a route plot where it would travel itself, you could come up with some reason why the cooldown or spool up timers would be longer, so that it would be slower. So let's say that it's twice of what it is if you do it manually. The 3.5 hours is suddenly 7 hours of travel to travel 5,000 light years. Now surely that is extremely slow, but that's not the point. The point is, for the players with maybe limited playtime, they could say, okay, I've explored this area, I'm kind of happy with it, I've seen what I wanted to see in this area, there's a nebula 10,000 light years away, I want to go and visit that. So they set up a fleet carrier for the first 5,000 jumps, they go to bed, wake up the next morning, they refuel the fleet carrier, they set the next 5,000, go to work. Come home from work, and the fleet carrier has traveled 10,000 light years, and you're now in the next area, and you can begin to go and explore that area. And since this would likely be unexplored territory, you would now have to go around and find that gas giant with the tritium hotspot in, so that you could move the carrier there so it could refuel itself while you were exploring that area of space. So you add actually some exploration into it, where people actually have to go out and find a specific type of planet with a specific resource in order to automatically refuel the carrier. I think it would add a lot to exploration, and I think it would help a lot also, as I said, with swapping the timers for the people in the bubble, stuff like that. Now, I have talked a lot about exploration, and the reason why I've been so focused on it so far is because when you have limited resources to develop the game, I think you need to play into the strengths of Elite. There are many other space games out there. Many of them does mining better than what you have in Elite. I mean, in my personal opinion, the way mining has been implemented in Star Citizen, way better than what's in Elite. Also, there are way better first-person shooters out there. If you want to play a space-focused, space-themed first-person shooter, go play Destiny. if you want to go and do space combat, well, Elite does that pretty good, but there are also competitors being developed in that field. Hunter Starnet is a good example, which is a purely space combat focused game currently in development. But exploration, I don't see any real competitors to the exploration anytime soon for Elite. You could argue about No Man's Sky. My argument there would be, first of all, No Man's Sky is not a simulator. It's too arcadey for that. And in No Man's Sky, while it has billions and billions of systems, they're all populated. As far as I know, correct me if I'm wrong in the comment section, I'm not playing too much No Man's Sky, but the systems are populated. There are stations and people and bases and stuff everywhere. So you never get that, I'm out in the middle of nowhere, thousands of light years away from any civilization, feeling just being like alone in deep space. That type of exploration does not exist anywhere else, as far as I know. And I see that as being one of the strongest selling points for Elite Dangerous. I mean, the whole thing that brought me into the game was this one-to-one galaxy, and I could go out and point to a star in the night sky, and then go and find that star in Elite and go and visit it. That's the huge selling point for Elite. Play into that strength. And if I were to come up with some suggestions for what you could do with exploration, then I would say, think about what type of people that likes to go deep space explorers. Those are the type of people that likes to sit down, make a plan, figure everything out, and then just go and execute that plan. In my mind, I think most explorers are thinking people. They don't like Twitch gameplay where they have to click something in fast in a specific order. They more like puzzle type gameplay where they need to think, they can stop, think, solve it, and then go and do it in the game. You saw this in the beta for Odyssey when you introduced this whole the first version of the bioscanner, where you could scan plants, where there was this Twitch game where you have to click it, the rotating thing, you need to click it at the right time. People hated it, and you also rolled it back so it's now just automatic. Make it more of a puzzle you need to solve. And one suggestion would be, when you're scanning plants today, you scan a plant, boop, and then you go into your SRV, you drive for a minute, you find a similar plant, and then you scan that. There's no brain activity in that process. It's you can even right-click and scan, and it will show you whether you can scan the plant or not before you even scanned it, whether it's blue or green. You already have the plants in the game in different stages of its life. You have the little sprouts that's just sprouted or whatever, and you have them like medium-sized and the full-grown versions. What, when you were scanning plants in Elite, meant that you had to go and find plant in different stages of its life. So you are investigating how the plant evolves. So you have to find one in the middle of its life, a fully grown plant, and a little sprout. You have to find those three different ones. This means that it becomes a player skill to spot, okay, that and that plant is probably the same one, but that one looks younger, that's one smaller, so it's likely a younger one than that one. You have to go and figure out how the plant evolves. A completely new thing you could add would be something like soil sampling, where you could take samples of the ground. And if I were to implement that, I would imagine something like the mining gadgets from Star Citizen, where there's these waveforms. My idea would be you had like a waveform, and then you would have, let's say, 3 different materials, and those materials could be tied into the material content we already have on the planet. So maybe that would be iron and nickel and zinc or whatever. You then have like sliders or little knobs you had to sit and adjust, and then you had to make these waveforms, these like spectrograms of the sand or the soil. You need to make those fit so you can see, okay, so it's like 50% iron and it's this percent of that material and this percent of that material. And you need to sit and adjust those sliders for that soil sample in order to make that fit, and that could be another piece of exploration data that you collect and go and sell. And if you really wanted to take like soil sampling to the next level, you could be, let's say that I'm looking for a specific material. Let's say that I'm looking for collecting iron off the surface of a planet. Then I could maybe take a soil sample and say, oh, here I get a 5% iron after I did my analysis. And then maybe I go in another direction and say, oh, but over here it's only 2%, so I need to go in a different direction. And then you could walk around, you could prospect the planet, and slowly you would go into areas where iron deposits in the ground grows, and in that area you would then have a lot higher chance of finding it. Maybe you would find like these deposit of rocks where just like this, just a lot of these things, we shoot them with the SRV and then iron comes out or materials comes out. Like then you would have a lot of those in that area, so you can have like hotspots of these. Basically find like an iron ore and a gold ore or whatever. The final thing I want to mention is also we just got Odyssey. Well, just 2 years ago we got Odyssey. Yet nothing has been done with it. It seems like it's been added, tick marked, abandoned. Why has it been 2 years after the update? Why haven't we seen a new type of suit, a new weapon, or anything like new stuff for us to play with? It's similar with the ships. What's up with it? You add first-person gameplay, and then you just don't add first-person equipment afterwards. Those are the things that pull people back in. If you say, hey, there's a new gun in the game, want to go and play with the new gun, then people's going to come back because they want to try and go PP with the new gun. And they're going to go and they're going to do engineering with it again. And we talked all about the stuff when we talked about ships. Play into the things that are already there. Don't just do the tick boxing that you guys are so famous for, where you say, yep, now we're done, Odyssey is implemented. Push that aside, watch the next thing. And keep working with the assets that's there. Now, these are of course just my suggestions, but for all of you guys watching out there, what do you think of them? Do you like my suggestions? Do you hate them? Do you have your own suggestions? Comment section below. And then while you're at it, go find your favorite social media, tag Frontier, and send them this video so we make sure that they get to see it. Thanks a lot for watching, and until next time, I'll see you guys in space.
These moves looking real nice in the future. These moves looking real nice in the future. Develop on them and it look nice. Look nice. These moves looking real nice in the future.
Boy, I don't think they're ready for this.
Elite Dangerous, a game we've journeyed with for years. It stands at a crossroads. Looking towards the game's future feels rather uncertain to me, and Frontier's echoing silence on the matter really has me wondering why and exactly what is going on. Now, I touched on this subject in the previous video about Frontier's 2023 financials. However, I feel that there were a lot of things that were left unsaid regarding Elite in that video. Ultimately, Frontier clearly needs to make a decision about the game's future, so here's a deeper look at all of that. Previously then, I said that I personally suspect that Frontier will, to all intents and purposes, put Elite into maintenance mode during 2024. That means whilst the servers will keep running, Frontier will no longer issue updates to the game beyond security fixes. There's a lot of different reasons I believe this, and we'll dive into those later in the video. I also have a bunch more data available that I didn't have for the other videos, so we're going to look at that too. For now though, I want to be clear that all of this is just my opinion. I'm not 100% convinced that any of this is accurate, and I might very well be entirely wrong. So with that in mind, here's a few other ways that things might play out. And whilst I'm at it, why not let me know in the comment section if you have any theories on what Frontier are planning. Okay, so the past few years since Odyssey's release, Frontier have released regular updates for Elite. We're currently up to update 17, which is set to be released very soon, in October in fact, and we know that an update 18 will be coming shortly after that. It's entirely possible that Frontier will continue on this trend, releasing 2 or 3 updates in 2024, and then maybe even beyond. The ongoing Thargoid War has been a massive focus for Elite, and the trailer for update 17 seems to show that this trend is going to continue, at least for now. Update 17, certainly Thargoid focused. Update 18, we don't yet know. The bottom line, either way, is that Elite has a massive galaxy with a lot of rich lore to draw upon. If Frontier were to choose to continue with regular updates, well, they would certainly have plenty of potential content to draw from, wouldn't they? Another option for Frontier beyond that is to announce a new expansion for Elite. Let me know how likely you feel this option is. Theoretically, what type of expansion would you like to see the most if this were to happen? Mine, as many of you would probably know, would be a full Earth-like world, similar to what we see in other modern space games such as Starfield and Star Citizen. So that's another option, a potential expansion. Unfortunately, Frontier's financial report didn't give any hints that anything of that magnitude of such an Elite expansion is actually in the works. In fact, the report seemed to suggest that, well, the complete opposite actually. Frontier have confirmed they're continuing to work on licensed IPs such as F1 and Warhammer. They've also confirmed that they have some more management titles in the works for 2025 and 2026, likely along the lines of the Planet series, Planet Coaster and Planet Zoo. Yet there's no hint whatsoever that Elite is going to get another expansion. But that said, back in early 2018, there wasn't any hints that Frontier were about to start working on an expansion then either. Yet, in the middle of 2018, they announced they had begun work on the new era for Elite. So whilst it seemed unlikely to me that an expansion is going to happen, it remains a possibility nonetheless. Now, the third option that Frontier have regarding Elite is the one I feel least likely, and that is to pull the plug, to close down the servers and call it a day. Now, years ago, it was widely reported that Frontier had a 10-year plan for Elite, and you'll often find that people claim that David Braben himself cited this 10-year plan. Elite was released way back in December 2014. That gives it one more year until it reaches the end of that 10-year window. Now, some people do believe this, but personally I believe there's many flaws with that reasoning. Not least, well, here's a few actually. Firstly, Frontier never specifically released or revealed a 10-year plan. Secondly, even if they did, well, things change. And third, Elite still has an active and engaged player base who really enjoy the game. Although, I guess that said, the fact people play the game, if it's not in significant numbers, doesn't mean that Frontier will keep it going. But I mean, let's be realistic here. Whether it is a fact that people do still enjoy it, so no, I don't see Frontier closing the Elite servers. Yet I'd be remiss not to at least mention this potential option. Well, however unlikely it actually is. Now, the fourth option is the one I feel is most likely, and that is Frontier start winding down the development of Elite and keep the servers running for many years to come. We just don't get any more updates beyond security fixes. Now, if this is the route Frontier go, maybe they will announce it in the not too distant future, or maybe, as they have done many times in the past, they will go radio silent and leave people guessing. Either way, there's a lot of reasons I believe Frontier will slow or maybe even stop the ongoing development of Elite. In fact, there's plenty of evidence to suggest why this might be the case, whereas there's little to no evidence to support any of the other options that I've already discussed. So let's go through a few of these reasons with some of the data and some of the so-called evidence that we've actually got. And this starts with Frontier's presentation on their latest financial report for 2023. Included in that presentation was a graph showing the revenue for all of their games. From this graph, it's very clear that Elite has generated a lot of revenue for Frontier. Keep in mind that this is cumulative revenue, so that means that the amount of money these games have taken overall, and that's before costs or any outflow of cash, so any other factors that might affect the revenue here or the profit. But whichever way you cut it, this is clearly a lot of revenue going on here. Now, this fact alone is very likely why Frontier have said in their financial report that they consider the space game genre to be one of their core business pillars. They very clearly stated this in their financial report, you can see that quoted here. However, it doesn't automatically follow that this means Elite Dangerous will continue to be a core pillar going into the future. Making that assumption is a leap based on hope rather than information. Now, it's certainly tempting to look at this revenue graph and then assume everything with Elite is rosy. However, if we take only the revenue for Elite and ignore the other games here, then convert that into a bar graph, we get this. And this chart paints a very clear picture, doesn't it? The revenue for Elite in recent times has shown a sharp decline. 2022 was already the lowest year on record for Elite in terms of revenue, and 2023 is far lower still. Although to be fair here, from what I can tell at least, the chart for 2023 represents 8 months of revenue, so naturally it will be lower. However, taking the trends for 2023 so far, and then, the predicted revenue for the full year of 2023 is looking like it will still be lower than 2022. So it seems to be there's no denying the fact here that the revenue for Elite year on year is certainly decreasing. Keep in mind though that, as I've said before in other videos, I'm not a financial advisor or a financial analyst, so do keep that in mind. So that means I'm not making any claims about the accuracy of what I'm telling you or showing you here. Do keep that in mind, as I say. Now, sticking with financial information for the moment, here is another graph, and this one comes from Frontier's interim results for 2023, which means Frontier's results for the first half of 2023, I do believe. This particular graph doesn't show cumulative revenue like the other graph. Instead, this graph shows a positive cash flow, which means how much cash the game has generated after all associated outflows of cash have been accounted for. Basically, how much money the game has made, how much money is left over after all other factors are accounted for. So this graph seems to highlight that in 2022, Elite didn't generate much positive cash flow at all. In fact, it seems to suggest that the game barely broke even. That's not a good business model for Frontier by any means. It's not a good business model for any game, and that means that Frontier could make a very strong case for not funding Elite further into the future. Meanwhile, if we look away from financial data and look towards player numbers, these show the same story, a decrease. Now, we've looked at Steam charts in the past. However, here I've taken the data from Steam charts and converted it into a line graph. Again, the picture is very clear here. In terms of player numbers on Steam charts, Elite is at an historical low. They just keep going down. There's a slight spike in September, but we'll have to see if the game maintains that. Now, of course, this data does come with the usual caveats that not everyone plays on Steam. However, as we have seen before, Steam charts do indeed highlight player trends. Talking of trends, this other graph here, this data is from Google Trends. This shows the global volume of web searches for the term Elite Dangerous between the dates 16th of December 2014, when Elite launched, right up to today. This chart aligns pretty neatly with the data from Steam charts, as well as Elite's revenue, the data that's been provided by Frontier. So all of the different data points really do seem to align with each other, and they all show a decrease. Beyond that though, I'm not going to try and interpret any of the data. Data is, well, data, and people should draw their own conclusions from it. The above numbers are not the only thing, however, that has seen a reduction. Remember that the official Elite Dangerous live streams from the Frontier community team now only take place on a monthly basis. Additionally, the number of posts from the community team on the forums have continued to decline. Both of these seem to suggest a decline in involvement in Elite from the Frontier community management team. Okay, so that's all the information out of the way, all the data that we have right up to now. At this point, and as usual, I feel the need to say that me pointing out this data isn't a case of me being negative, and it certainly isn't me hating on the game. Elite has meant a lot to me over the years, just as it has to a lot of other people. The game has provided a lot of good times that simply couldn't have been had in any other game. Elite Dangerous, after all, is very unique and provides a lot of unique gameplay, a lot of great experiences. Regardless of how we feel about Elite, how much we might love it, how much we might not like it, none of that should blind us to the data and the current data trends. So just because the game has been enjoyed in the past, it doesn't automatically follow that there can't be questions about the game's future. It doesn't mean that pointing out these data points is a negative action or trying to hate on Frontier, and it doesn't mean that we don't like the game. Nothing in this video is a reflection about the quality of Elite in any way. I'm purely and simply asking questions about what Frontier intend to do with Elite from next year onwards. Now, my takeaway from all of this is that Frontier are at a point with Elite where they need to make a decision on its future. What that decision will be, we have no way of knowing yet, at least not until they let us know. We can speculate, we can guess, but at this point we simply don't have, well, we simply don't know. For now though, the good news is that there are 2 more updates to look forward to. Update 17, which is right around the corner, and Update 18 as well. Do let me know what you feel about all of this data and all of this information I've presented in this video. What do you think it suggests about the future of Elite Dangerous? Or do you think all this information has no bearing at all on what Frontier may or may not decide for the game going forward? Or perhaps you feel that there's no need to raise any of these questions anyway. What will be, will be. Do let me know in the comment section below. I'd love to hear from you. As always, thanks for watching, and I'll catch you guys and girls next time.
I'm proud to announce the launch of Bent Key, an entirely new company from the Daily Wire, a company dedicated to create.
Now this is going to be my third video on the potential future of Elite Dangerous. It's going to be a little bit rambly, it's entirely unscripted, so I really do hope you stick with me for this video. The reason I want to come back to this subject is because whilst I've touched on the downside of Elite Dangerous in the past, I really want to talk about my personal hopes for the future of the game. But more importantly, this video is about you letting me know your feelings about the game. Where do you want to see it head in the future? What are your hopes and fears for the game overall? Let me know in the comment section, and we'll get to more on that in just a moment. Now, in the previous video, I kind of focused on all the data that had come out from Frontier's financial report. We touched on player numbers as well. And my overall conclusion is that I feel it very likely that Elite Dangerous is not going to get many or any significant updates in 2024, that at some point next year Elite Dangerous could end up going into maintenance mode. Now, as I said in the previous video, I'm not 100% convinced of that. In fact, I'm about 80%, so there's 20% room for hope here, and I'm really not willing yet to write Elite Dangerous off entirely. It is a game I love, it's a game that's meant a lot to me over the years, and I don't want to see it fail. I want to see it succeed, and I want to see it go on to bigger and better things. And I know there's a lot of you out there that feel the same way. And whilst I do read pretty much all the comments underneath my videos, and yes, there's a lot of people out there who just don't have particularly great sentiments towards Elite Dangerous, I know most of that all comes from a place of passion. If Frontier were to turn Elite Dangerous around right now and implement a lot of very good and positive changes, I think pretty much everyone in the comment section for my videos would be a straight bag, and those player numbers for Elite Dangerous would be at all-time highs. So it's certainly not a case that people hate Elite Dangerous, it's just a case that over time a lot of people have lost interest. But there's still many people here who do love the game. There's at least still got a very close-knit community in many quarters, and that is a very good thing, and I'm glad it's still there. It's something that Frontier can carry forward and potentially build upon in the future. So with all that in mind and all that said, this video really is not about the data, it's not about the analysis that I've mentioned in previous videos. Instead, this video is a little bit more personal, it's a little bit more, well, hopium, and a little bit more speculative as to the future. Ultimately, I'd like to ask all of you viewers what you'd like to see for the future of Elite Dangerous. Where would you like to see it head over the next year and over the next few years? Do let me know in the comment section below. I'd love to hear all the different ideas you have, whether these are big expansion ideas, whether they're just small little updates, or whether you'd just like to see balance changes and things like that. Regardless of what it is, do please put out your thoughts and feelings in the comment section. There's plenty more that could be said about the game, I'm sure. And for those of you that feel that you just don't want to know, that you feel you've given up with the game, don't be frightened of putting your thoughts down there as well, because everyone's voice is equal when it comes to this subject, and really the more comments and the more information the better. The only thing I do ask is that you please show each other respect, because obviously there's going to be a lot of different opinions out there, and I'd like to see them all without people going hammer and nails at each other. So whilst you're sharing your thoughts on what you'd like to see for the future of Elite Dangerous, here are a few of my thoughts as well. Some of the things I'd really like to see. Remember that whilst I have said I'm not convinced there's going to be any big updates for the future, that doesn't mean there won't be any, and it doesn't mean that I wouldn't like to see them. So with that in mind, I think you all know that I'm a big, huge exploration fan, and I think the singular best thing about Elite Dangerous is its galaxy, without a doubt. The second biggest thing, the best thing, I guess, is the flight model of all the ships. So when it comes to the Elite Dangerous galaxy, it is a 1-to-1 scale of the Milky Way, a 1-to-1 copy. I really don't think that over the years Frontier have made best use of this. In fact, the last big update for exploration was way back in 2018. And this coincidentally followed on from a video I released, I think in 2017 or 2016, where I gave some suggestions on the future of exploration. Ultimately, around about the time I released that video, I did attend some of the events. I think it was either an Elite community event or a LaveCon event, and I discussed a video with a few of the devs off the record. Ultimately, there was no interest in that exploration video, and any of the suggestions I had, it wasn't the direction that Frontier wanted to go in. And although they did overhaul exploration a few years later, I had about 8 different recommendations or so, suggestions in that video, out of those, Frontier had 3 similar ideas, but with those they took a very different approach to anything I suggested or recommended. So yeah, this isn't so much about me saying that my voice carries a big lot of weight or that any of my suggestions should have been implemented. It's not about me being entitled. Basically, what I'm trying to say here, that this video is not about trying to pressure Frontier, but it's just about discussing the future of the game, the things we'd like to see as a community. Another thing, another mistaken belief I sometimes see out there is the idea of space legs, that Odyssey and the ability to walk around come about by the result of popular demand from the players. Now, nothing could be further from the truth. As you can see right here on the screen, this is a forum post dated 2013, and you can see the developers at the time were saying that one of the biggest post-release updates was going to be the ability to walk around outside your ship. So walking around was always on the cards. I don't think the issue is so much that space legs with Odyssey was a problem, but rather the implementation that people had issue with. At any rate, moving away from the past and towards the future. But like I said, exploration, the one-to-one Milky Way galaxy, this is something that I do believe is Elite Dangerous' singular best asset. I want to see if Frontier make better use of that, if there was going to be future updates. Firstly, by expanding the amount of planets that we can land on. Now, they did overhaul planets a little bit with Odyssey, and I think they went backwards rather than forwards, but there's still room for a lot of improvement on that nonetheless. And one thing I'd like to see, and I've always wanted to see, is atmospheric planets, full-on atmospheric planets with clouds and flora and fauna. I'm not talking about planets like Earth with cities and all the rest of it. That is obviously beyond the scope of what is technologically possible with today's tech. But nonetheless, I think that things such as forests and deserts and frozen wastelands, all that sort of stuff is entirely possible. And we're seeing it a lot with other space games right now. They're all implementing this type of planets in a variety of different ways. Some games are doing a better job of it than others. But I do feel that, Stellar Forge, could it do it? If so, it's something I'd certainly like to see. What would this add in terms of gameplay? Well, that would be for Frontier to decide, but the idea here would simply be to expand the environment. Now, another thing I'd also really like to see is, again, exploration themed. This would be a space-based content, space phenomena. That could be improved black holes with accretion disks, comets even, those would be good, and maybe even potentially a supernova or the makings of supernova. There's a whole lot of different areas that Frontier could go with all of this, and the attached gameplay would be pretty obvious. This would be, to all intents and purposes, scientific-based gameplay, requiring players to go out and take data samples, or perhaps even physical samples. The other idea here is that both of these additions, the idea of atmospheric planets as well as this type of extra space-based content, would really give players more incentive and more reason to go to the other side of the galaxy and just keep exploring all those unknown systems. Another thing I'd like to see is an overhaul of the economy and the trading system. Now, the thing I'd like to see here is a fully simulated economy. Right now, it's kind of an illusion of a simulated economy. It's not actually really happening. For example, if you see a ship undock from a space station and follow that ship, you won't see it ever go to a specific destination out there in another star system. So what I'd like to see is this to be fully simulated. Yes, it's asking a lot. It might be entirely unrealistic, but yeah, I'd like to see spaceships leave or go to a space station, collect some resources, leave that space station with the resources on board, and take that to a destination in another star system that actually needs it, and then have that star system make use of it. Like I say, whilst this is all kind of virtually simulated in a way, it's not simulated to the point where you could go out there and intercept that ship and mess with the trade route and take the actual cargo. The background simulation tries to simulate that to an extent, but I like to see it be far more specific and far more, I guess, realistic is the word. And there is a reason for all this idea. It's not just there to for the hell of it, or there just for the fun of it. But ultimately, I do feel it would lead to a far more dynamic and believable galaxy. It would open up the opportunity for players to really start engaging in the world, in the environment, in the galaxy, in a far more realistic and believable manner. In a lot of ways then, it would be much like the background simulation we have right now, yet magnified by, well, an order of magnitude really, and that, to me at least, I feel would make a huge difference and a huge impact to the game. Another big feature that I'll keep coming back to, and this is probably never going to happen at this point, it's far too big, but the idea of walking around inside your spaceships. Now I know a lot of people are resistant to this idea and they wonder what the point of it would even be. Would there be any good gameplay to it? I have spoken about this in a previous video, so I'm not going to go over this again too much here. Suffice to say, I will link that video on the screen right here and in the video description below, so there should be some gameplay elements referenced in that. By now, I'm sure many of you then have probably written your various comments about what you'd like to see for the future of Elite, and that's something I'm going to be looking at right now. In fact, I think just maybe now, as I record this video, as I get to this point in the video, I've decided that I'm going to collate a lot of the ideas together from what I see in that comment section, and we'll see if there's any common themes there. I'll then post this as a new video next week. Let me know if that's something that you'd like to see. Either way, I think I'll do it anyway, but yeah, it should be interesting to see the results. So make sure you do leave those comments there. I'm going to read through them and we'll see what we can come up with. As always, thanks for watching. I'll catch you guys and girls next time.
Almost every
That's it. Okay. Hi guys, how are you?
I'm well. How are you? Risk Rubal.
That's me. I'm in the right spot. You're not in the right spot.
I was. Now I'm in the right spot.
Now you're in the right spot.
Thank you.
I like
now Jinx is in the right spot. Hi Jinx. That's
nice...
exactly what we have on the show today. Hi Jinx. All right,
nice
so yet again, we start the show off with brisk fail because this was not my fault this time. I'm telling you, it's not my fault.
It never is.
So I want to start the show, first of all, by saying, many of you know what I do for a living. I am a lawyer and a lobbyist, but primarily I am a lawyer because I have a law degree and I passed the bar exam. 14 years ago today, October the 14th, that's when I passed the bar. Actually, was it 14?
Wow.
13 years ago today. Today is 20. What year is it? 22? 2012?
23.
I don't remember. In any event, I passed the bar exam a long time ago. This is my bar exam anniversary.
A very long time ago.
A lot of friends who are out there waiting for their results, so I'm hoping that they are okay. But yes, I graduated law school in 2011, bar exam in October of 20, so I guess, yeah, that's what, 12 years. 12 years a lawyer. That's not as good as 15. I thought I was closer to 15. I was hoping that was going to be 15, but I guess not. So anyway, today we are talking about a number of things, not the least of which is the war in the North. We will not be talking about why I'm not wearing a tie. I didn't feel like it. And two, we will not be talking about the fact that, as always, Twitch loves to throw long sections of commercials at this stream.
They do.
Because they don't like me.
Well, it's because it's you know what it is it's because we generate so much money. So they see this growing fan base and they think, oh, I mean, I gotta get some of that. You know what I mean?
So in any event, For those of you who are watching the stream, do not want to see advertisements. The easiest, quickest, and best way to not have to see advertisements on the Meta Show, your favorite Eve talk show, is to subscribe to INN. It's $5, or if you have your Bezos bucks, your free Twitch Prime sub, go ahead and throw that at us, and you won't see the ads. The ads will go away. If you are, like many in our audience, of a philanthropic bent, if you see one of your poor brethren in the chat complaining that he's getting a bunch of ads, throw him a sub.
It's me. I need the subs, please. Thank you.
It may or may not be Mark.
It's always me.
And if you do that, then you don't have to see the ads, and neither do they, and that's a good thing. And I assume if you're throwing someone else a subscription, you've already subscribed. So anyway, we want to thank you guys for being here. Thank you all for watching. As always, you are the best audience in EVE. I would like to say one last thing before we get started. I would like to apologize on behalf of CCP. For some reason, one of the oldest, most watched partners in the partner program somehow had the drops turned off. So we do not have drops for you today. I'm hoping to have that rectified as soon as possible. It is not our fault. This is something CCP did on their end. We don't know why.
It's a travesty.
I am not going to speculate.
A disgrace.
We may or may not have been very critical last week.
The disrespect is what it is. The disrespect.
But I'm not going to make any false or speculative accusations as to what may have happened. But in any event, drops are off. So if you're here for drops, I'm sorry. You're just going to have to listen to Mark talk and get the pleasure from the stream out of seeing him actually wearing a shirt for the Cheers.
I know, right?
I'm kind of impressed.
So somebody mentioned the other day, because I mentioned before in the show, I have my own stream that I do sometimes. We do a show on Sundays now. And I wear the same black tank top and everyone, and people just assume I'm just wearing the same shirt over and over again. That's not true. What you don't know...
5 of them, right? You have 5 of them.
I have about 10.
There you go. All right.
Because 1, I'm a bachelor, and 2, I'm 6'8". So when you find clothes that are your size when you're like this, you buy as many of them as possible. So that's what I've done. It's pretty good strat.
That makes sense to me. Just saying. All right, so we have our boy Jinx here, and one of the reasons, and I had talked about this a couple weeks ago, that I wanted to get Jinx to talk about the war in the North, and I wanted Starfleet Commander as well. He was unfortunately not able to be with us today, but the main reason I wanted them here was because I feel like we've gotten to the point with the war in the North here that this war seems to be going on forever. And if I look at we were looking at this and talking about this earlier, it's just the length of this war is something slightly longer than interminable. Like, it will not stop, and it has not stopped. And I don't know where we are in terms of progress. I don't know where the fraternity guys are in terms of progress. I don't know where their pets and Horde are in terms of progress. It doesn't feel like they've made a lot of progress. But instead of me just sitting here talking about my feelings with Mark, I said, let's go to the horse's mouth and find out what exactly is happening. So that's why we have Jinx here. So before we get into where we are now, Jinx, because I know there's stuff going on literally as we speak. Can you tell us how all this shit started and how it's how it's progressed? Because I feel like we need a history lesson here because it's been so long that this war's been going on.
So a long time ago, when Dunk was the illustrious leader of Brave, so in the spring of 2022, there was kind of May time frame. There started to be some action in Pure Blind. If you go back, you can see Brave and Banderlogs were at war, and then Banderlogs lost. And then Banderlogs lost some iHubs to Fraternity. Fraternity put a Keep Star in 5ZZX, and then it didn't really kick off until late June or July when Fraternity decided they wanted to kind at the time, Volta and Blob. And at the time, we were neighbors, we're friendly neighbors, but we still shot each other, still fought each other. And Frat asked Dunk to step aside with Brave, and we said, no, if we step aside, then this is just gonna continue, and the North will be lost. So Brave took sides, and we formed up with a loose coalition with Volta and Blob and GTC at the time, and we defended, and Frat attacked Brave really hard for the first few months. They tried to headshot FTAC in our staging keepstar at the time, and our iHub, and the defense Frat tried to gate supers in. They got some fleets stuck. That was a great battle that I'll remember. Their progress was pretty much stopped there for a few months, just like Hell Week, which I'm sure you talked about recently. That's a holiday week in China, Golden Week over there, and so they can alarm clock easier. So we were able to, last in 2022, we were able to stop the offense of Fraternity at that point. They gave up and said, everybody go home. At that point, they really started investing heavily in mercenaries and hitting Brave, and we had a lot of Ansiblexes died. This was the third party, by the way, if you were around at the time. That was one of the campaigns that had deployed and said that we were shooting both sides, but just shooting one side a lot more than the other side. Then later, Goons showed up at a couple timers in Venal, and BFL decided, oh well, now we're only shooting for Frat, and so they deployed. Then what happened? That brings us to like when I took over from Dunk last November, so almost a year in Brave, the Brave Atron throne. And then from there, and no more iHubs were lost at this point. Maybe one in East Purbeline. Then the next action really came after Fire was evicted in the south, and we offered them a place.
Sorry.
We offered them a place to come join us, which would strengthen our EUTZ, which is how we held against Fraternity's numbers, who's strong in Chinese time zone. So after that, they did have another holiday, and they were able to capture X-47, which is the last iHub that we actually lost. So that was in February of this year. Soon after that, you started seeing deployments of NC coming, and Horde, and shortly after that, the Goons and Initiative did deploy north. So that's when it really escalated. There was 4 Keepstars that were around. There were 3 Keepstars, sorry, in the north, and then there was also TTC. And with Imperium and Initiative help, X-47 Keepstar, the 5ZZX Keepstar, and the FTAC-in Keepstar that was dropped by a rich individual and given to Frat later. All of those died, and then later...
How many did you say?
3 in the north, and then one more.
We got the other one.
Yes.
4. Killed 4.
And then in June, so now we're all the way up to... There's a lot of action, Keepstars dying, and after that, it was the war turned to the HiSec, so it expanded from there, and the TTC Keepstar died after CCP made the changes, so no more XL structures. Somewhere in there, the Skarkan Horde Fortizar died, another irreplaceable structure died, and since then, Horde has increased their commitment to getting Frat more space, and they have had a lot of success. There was a big dread fight, Fortac AB, I think is the name, 5 trillion in dreads. I was 30 minutes from home when it was all over, so I was racing home trying to drop my dread. It didn't work. And so right now they're having a lot of, Horde is carrying Frat forward and having a lot of success on single grid timers, but still have not won an iHub. So they're trying to clear some structures out of the, if you wanted to show Dotland, the Declan constellation. 4U9 is the main system. I forget the constellation name, but that system has been under heavy siege for since August. There was an August offensive from Fraternity. No systems have been lost. Some big iHub fights here, and all the iHubs have been defended. And that brings us really to today, where we've got 2 big iHub timers in about 20 minutes here. So if you're watching and you're in Brave, B2, or our allies, then we really need your numbers there to secure these 2 iHubs. Which brought me one thing. In January, Brave and Volta and Blob really increased our commitment together, and that's when B2 Coalition came to be. So that's, I think that brings you up.
That kind of gets us where we are now. But it's you know, can I ask a really dumb question? What's the fucking point? Like, what is Fraternity? What do they want? Have you had any conversations with Naraus about potentially ending this war? What are they asking for?
You know, they want friendly neighbors, and they want more space. You know, so and that's why,
because they don't have enough space. Because they aren't the single largest Sov holding entity in EVE Online. I mean, for fuck's sake. I mean, look at this. Like, 255 systems owned by Fraternity itself. 255 held by Horde's Renter Group. 251 by Horde. 206 by NC Dot. I mean, that's almost 1,000 systems that are controlled by them and their friends, and they still want more. Somebody needs to tell Augustus Gloop to stop eating. Okay, that's kind of where we are right now.
So I have a question.
Sure.
I have not for you, Jinx.
No.
You've done everything right. You're very close and near to my heart. I have a question for Chris. Mr. Rubal. Now I'm not an expert. I am well known. I'm really bad at the game. Hell, honestly, I can barely read. I just kind of make stuff up as I go. Thank you. I appreciate that. So my question is, Brave now is engaged. Brave, B2, you know, their allies are engaged in a pitched struggle with Fraternity, with the hated enemy of the Imperium in Pandemic Horde and their motley gang. Why are goons not using this as a rare opportunity to exact a little bit of you know, a little bit of the old dick and twist, you know? I mean, hell, they backed you guys into a fucking hole for 2 years and just let you simmer there for a while. I don't know how long it was, maybe it was a year and a half. Whatever. So, I mean, this looks, I mean, if it were me, I'm not saying that it should be me. I'm just saying if it was me, this feels like a good opportunity. This is the false flag of it that you want. Like, oh, somebody blew up you know, some shit up in Brave space. We gotta roll out the tanks. I mean, what better opportunity are you looking for? I mean, seriously, I mean, you got a grand chance now to go up and just grab them by the nuts. If this is something you can do. Now, I don't know if this is something that goons can't do. Now, I'm not pretending that this is, you know, within goons' capabilities. I've heard a lot about what goons can and cannot do. So I'm not going to pretend like I know. But if I was to speculate on the perceived strength of the Imperium, of my friends in Goon Swarm, I feel like the old dick and twist is within the realm of possibility. So I guess my question is, what the fuck are we doing here? This feels like it's easy. You want to go up there and create a demilitarized zone up in, I don't know, wherever the fuck these guys live. Up there in the top part of the map. You go do it. But don't just sit around and be like, oh, man, this sure is hard to get all these timers in there. I mean, like, are you telling me this is outside of the scope of what the good people of the Imperium are capable? I don't know, man. Yeah.
You haven't let me answer the question. You've been too busy speculating before I can even get my word out.
The question was now at this point, to be honest with you. Go ahead.
No, I mean, listen, I think your question is valid, and I think it's a question that a lot of us have had and a lot of people have had. But I will say this, if I have to play devil's advocate, or if I have to be Asher's lawyer, or I have to be Darkshine's lawyer, the number one question I would have to anybody that asks, why aren't you guys up there fighting? My number one thing is, for what? I mean, the bottom line is...
Risk! It's a PvP
Mark, for
video
what?
game!
I know it's a video game. I know it's a video game. But do you want to tell... But how... Listen.
Sorry, go ahead.
What's the point? Are we going to be able to stop Fraternity from time zone tanking and putting all of their structures in a China time zone? No. Are we going to stop them from entosising B2 stuff? Yes, we're doing that now. It's literally happening now. They have not taken a single iHub in period basis. Sorry, I have period base on the whole because I'm running a fleet there tonight because I'm actually running a fleet of Mason. They have not taken a iHub in pure blind since February of this year. That's... Might have to take my shoes off. 9 months ago. The last time that they took any territory in the north. They kill structures, they rev structures, we kill structures, we rev structures. But it's a back and forth, and nobody's committing. And when it comes to it, and I'll be bluntly honest, when I think of the war criminals from World War B, I think of Horde, I think of NC Dot, I think of PL, I think of Test. Fraternity, not really on that list, because they barely showed up. And in fact, if anybody was a big winner from World War B, from Vietnam, it was Fraternity, because they lost almost nothing except a couple keep stars. And they didn't really come out of it with us having a giant raging hate boner for them like we did for everybody else, because they were not some of the main war criminals of the war. They were just kind of tag-alongs. And if Horde were fully committed, I think if Horde were fully committed, and it was not just their PvP PFL, then I feel like maybe that would have been enough to get us up there even more than we are now. But I'll be honest, listen, if I were Asher, if I were in charge, I would probably sit down with my FCs and sit down with the CEOs of my biggest corps and say, there's nothing happening in EVE right now. The rest of the game is pretty stagnant. It's kind of boring. What do you say we do a full-ass deployment and see what we can do with these guys and see what it turns into? That's what I would say. But I'm not Asher. And I'm just a director in his biggest corporation. I am not the CEO. Nor am I an FC. Okay? So, nobody's asking me. It's a talk show. I'm not even on the CSM anymore. I'm just a talk show. So, nobody's asking me. But I will say this. I get frustrated when I see all of the fleets up north being in time zones I can't get into, or on weekends like right now when I'm doing the show and I can't join the fleets. And I get frustrated that there's little USTZ content. And I get frustrated by the fact that CCP, despite us raising this as a constant issue for the last however many years, have not figured out a solution to time zone tanking that makes it possible for big alliances that are concentrated in an off time zone from another big alliance to be able to fight a war against them where it's even remotely close to being fair or contestable. So that's what's frustrated to me.
And to be fair, you know, the Chinese time zone, you know, that's their time zone, so they get to tank there, and we're still here, and we haven't lost an iHub because we're in European time zone, and so we're taking advantage of it on the opposite side. But it has caused this just complete stalemate where for big timer iHub timers that we're able to hold up because they have to alarm clock, and then they're able to hold their infrastructure, the offensive structures, because you can only ask Europeans and US to alarm clock to Chinese time zones so many times. But
right. And that's the biggest thing. Like, I think if this were not a fight primarily against fraternity, knowing that they're going to set all of their stuff for when everybody in Goons and in it are at work, that it's going to be very difficult for us to make any inroads there because of just the way the game mechanics are. I feel like that would have made the decision to go up there a lot easier. If we were going to fight a war against Horde, I mean, first of all, we'd have to figure out how to fight it. But if we were doing it, if it was Horde that was pushing in, I think it'd be a lot easier because the time zones are more similar. But it's not, and that's frustrating.
The Horde numbers are impressive. You know, they're saying it's content while they, you know, help Fraternity with their goals to capture more of the map. And you know, if that's what they want to do, it's a game. But really, it does give, because they're able to stage out of the Chinese time zone structures, it does give Horde the advantage where us hitting back against Horde in the north, we have to go back, we have to go through wormholes, and we have to go to Outer Passage really to hit back at Horde for coming to our space. And we do have to man the walls every day in European time zone. They're able to kill some structures, replaceable structures, and so we do that. And then for these iHubs, we'll turn up, and they got a hard road to win on these iHubs. They really need to be even more committed for Fraternity, because Fraternity is not going to stay up this late to make the progress. So Horde's going to have to do it for them.
What if how would you feel if the structure timer gap, like the range at which a timer can spawn, was like, I don't know, 6 hours instead of 3?
I think that'd be hard on most groups in the game. Yeah, you know, there's definitely, even with the large timers having a 3-hour swing, there's timers you're like, oh, everyone's at work for that one. Yeah. Or everyone's, if it's on the wrong night, it's really late. So that would really, for any alliance that is heavy, heavy. To me, it wouldn't have to be a global thing. It'd have to be something that you could influence, like, or if it was offensive structures, maybe the swing was different. I don't know exactly how we did it. We never even.
What if hitting the same structure a number of times caused that span to increase on both ends by a certain amount each time up into a maximum? So initially, all of your timers are at 3 hours, right? Of course. And the first time they're refed, then the next time a timer generates, it would increase by 30 minutes, and then you continue to do that. So the defenders continue to have an advantage, right? They will still have an advantage over time, and they even when they, you know, if that number gets to be 6 hours, I don't know how they would still have an advantage. It's still centered in their time zone, but repeated efforts in like siege by the attackers would be able to yield some kind of results. Now, it still wouldn't.
That's not a bad idea.
It wouldn't be perfect because you still have to roll. You still have to hope for lucky rolls, and you still have to hope for a timer that's going to end up. And you know, maybe it won't. Maybe you do all that work and you're still getting shit timers.
But the thing is, at least in that situation, you can feel like every time you go and rep the shields, you're actually doing something of value. It's not just repping the shields and then knowing you're going to get a shit roll on the timer,
right?
And not being able to come back and contest it. If you know that, all right, if I do this enough times, we're finally going to get the chance for a good roll that'll put us in closer to our time zone than theirs, which means we have a better chance of a fight developing and a bigger chance that something might escalate. But the escalation, that's the other thing. Jinx, have you seen, I mean, I know we saw the big dread fight, I guess 3 weeks ago now. That was pretty significant, and that was almost 5 trillion-ish worth of dreads that were lost on both sides combined. That did not escalate into a super or a titan fight. Why? I mean, besides the obvious, was there any, what was your call on that as to why you guys didn't?
I mean, some of it is, you know, it's the cost, and even though we've been up here for a while, with the industry changes and everything, even a new block like ours, like trying to catch up with the Horde or Imperium in terms of we're not going to build our way to a bigger super fleet at this point, and so it's committing your supers to a fight with someone with dread superiority. Like if they can drop just dreads on your supers, the math there, maybe if you drop enough supers and are willing to lose enough, then you could come out on top with killing dreads. But I think everyone's very cautious with that. You have to be very, very confident of winning. And I think a lot of just how the wars are right now, unless you have just super cap supremacy and Titan supremacy, that you know that you can take care of all the dreads. Dropping them would be very dicey until we can build more.
So what do you tell your line members about what's going on? I mean, obviously you've got to say something to them to say, hey, we're still here. You got to keep morale up. You got to get butts in fleets and butts in seats. How are you guys doing that?
Well, we point to our success that we are still here, and that we're trying to, we're brave. We try to do things the brave way, working within our coalition, trying to reshape our space and fit everybody in. Brave is moving into Fade. You can see we've done a lot of iHub flips there. We're also doing that just because you're seeing the smaller groups have a harder time doing Entosis over a long time. So Brave holding more iHubs will be more secure. And and then we're also trying to make room for Fire, who've been good allies since they came up after their eviction. Yeah, so you see, those are all that are left of Volta ones in Fade, and and we've got a lot of Brave iHubs on there. Proud of that. So mostly focusing that, like, as long as we show up for fleet, no one else is going to fight for our space as hard as we are. So we need to, as long as we're showing up for fleets and we're showing up to defend our ally space.
And is that working? I mean, I don't want to. I hate to ask you the, when did you stop beating your wife kind of question, but how is morale? How is morale inside? You guys okay?
So I try to, I use the Zcal actives. There's a lot of different things, but we've been adding corporations all summer. So people have seen our spirit and what we're doing up in the north, and they're joining us. Our Zkill numbers are up from what they were in January. We're up like 150 from January. So we've had more people join Brave, and we've got Blob going strong, and we've got Fire and a Synergy of Steel. I want to give them a special shout out. They've just done a ton to hold the space in their Loki fleets. We've got Arc, who's done a lot for us as AFC, and as long as we are in this together and we can hold the EUTZ, we'll lose some structures, but we're still winning the iHub fights. Hope we win the one that's about to start here. But even then, there's a really, really long road that Horde would have to carry Frat all the way, because I think Frat is gas too.
And that makes plenty of sense to me. But I will say, right now it is very difficult for me to form a coherent thought because Mark has his cat on the screen.
Sorry.
God knows, Eve players and cats.
She wanted some attention here. I'm going to put you on the camera.
What is her name? I never remember.
So this is Kiki Mora.
That's right. I knew that.
Yeah. This is Kiki. She's pretty chill for the most part. She's a little bit of a nightmare. She's not usually allowed in my office, but she's been pretty good recently. So, and she had surgery not too long ago, so she was allowed to come in here and sleep, and now she's just chilling. So you're gonna go over here again, cat. I'm sorry.
Kiki, please do not eat the wires.
Continue.
That is
Sorry.
what Archie does. This is what annoys the hell out of me. Now, all right. So I mean that's a good rundown from Jinx about what's going to happen in the north. So I feel like I don't want to beat a dead horse up there, but it seems to me at some point something's got to give. I mean, either you guys decide you're done and you walk away from the space and let Fraternity have it, or Fraternity says they're done and they go back and do whatever they're wanting to do, or Horde decides to, I don't know, shit or get off the pot, whatever it is, even is. I don't even know what Horde's goals are besides getting content for their members. I think that's probably all this is for them, is a content deployment. I don't know if there's any, I don't think there's any bad blood between you guys and them. I think if anything, the only thing they don't like about you guys is that you're working with us, but it's not like you had a choice. And in fact, I mean, one of the issues, at least I would say from my perspective, and no offense to you or to Dunk or anybody, but the number of times that the Imperium has said, hey, Brave, you should come hang out with us a little bit. We'd love you to have you over here. That you guys have done the whole, you know, get the fuck out kind of thing. That it's very hard for us to be like, well, okay, I guess they're friends.
Come on, cry me a river.
I'm serious.
Cry me a river.
Delve 10 years ago, and they wouldn't take it.
I was very
it's but anyway, the whole point is, you're with us not because you like us. You're with us because you don't have a choice, and that's the thing. Like, when one of the two big blocks, or one of the I mean, you guys are obviously a big block now. One of the two big blocks is third party and all your shit. And the answer is to call the other guys and say, hey, your guys you don't like are here. You should come fight them. And I mean, we've been doing that, but it's been a while. And at some point, I feel like, you know, this thing either needs to stop or it needs to get bigger. And I don't think I don't think it's really that feasible for it to stay where it is right now. But like I said, I am just a director in the largest corp in Goose. I am not a goon director. Nor am I in charge of anything of substance. So take what I say with it. Now, Mark, what are you doing?
Nothing. I'm doing nothing. I'm just having a good time. You know,
you're obviously doing something, because we can see Eve on your screen. You guys are shooting an Athena.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
tell us what is happening in Little Wormholeville.
Wormhole space. Listen, this is barely wormhole space. This is a C1 wormhole.
You
this is
actually
like
go in C1s? Doesn't it make you feel
only when I'm forced to? And honestly, it's uncomfortable. It sucks so bad. But look, we're just having a good time. I'm here hanging out with my boys. I got my other boys watching, listening. You know, we're having a listen. This is chill. This is a good way to spend your Saturday.
Are you punching down? Are you
I am
bullying a small little
punching way down. Well, listen, this was an in-it eviction of some randos. I don't know who these guys are. And the initiative seemingly is having some trouble. So I don't know if that's true. That's just the narrative I'm trying to spin right now. So they're having some trouble. So somebody called somebody that I knew, and then they did some talking when I was not here. I was sitting in the parking lot of a grocery store eating a cheese rangoon because I had just had lunch, and I was on my way back home, and they're like, hey, it's time for a fleet.
A cheese rangoon?
Yeah, you know, like a crab rangoon?
Crab rangoon. I never heard you call it cheese.
Is that cheese inside of it?
Is that you being brain damaged, or is that actually
that's right.
down in Georgia?
That's because of the C1. So,
all right, okay, got it. All right.
So, yeah, no, I got pinged, and then now I'm sitting here, and I'm pressing it. This is the most brain dead content on earth. I mean, I'm able to do the goon propaganda talk show and do this at the same time, so there's really not too much to talk about.
Well, Mark, I'll never forget at the summit while you were fighting on a wormhole.
Bro, let's go!
During the summit.
Hey, by the way,
the only person multi-boxing real life and Eve. So
listen, there was only so much I could talk about at the summit. Okay, it was very compelling. They brought in a lot of interesting people. They had a lot of cool things to say, and I can do two things at once. So also, by the way, shout out to my boy SFC for helping me get hooked up this morning with an EV Moros because I wanted one, and he was able to, you know, with do the old razzle dazzle, and we were able to get that moved into my home. So he's a homie. I wish he was here. Shout out.
So for those of you who live in high sec, let me ask you this, Mark, because if you were to ask anybody, I think, man on the street in New Eden, they're going to ask, what's the worst dread in the game? They're going to say the Moros.
They will say the Moros.
And I say Moros, it's Moros, but I say Moros because it rhymes with moron, because only morons own them still. Now, you, on the other hand, wanted a Moros Navy issue.
Hell yeah,
dude.
You
have told me many times why you like it.
Well,
Please explain for our audience why this ship
Navy.
is not dog shit like it's non-faction counterpart.
All right, hang on 1 second, one second here, Brisk, because I'm going to show you something. I need you to kind of understand what is so cool about the Morris Navy, in my humble opinion. So, give me just 1 second. Let me pull this up. I have power. I have OBS. I can do a thing. Give me 1 second. Hold on. Hang on.
Waiting for you to do your thing.
Okay, so I'm doing my thing.
Jinx is going to do a thing.
I'm gonna do a thing. I'm gonna.
Is it PIFA? It's PIFA.
It's not PIFA. PIFA. I can't. Listen, I'm not gonna reveal my secrets.
I don't know if he knows that.
I have a lot of secrets. I have a lot of secrets. So I'm going to show you. Oh, here we go. All right, look at this bad boy.
I see it.
Look at this guy.
That's just his image now.
Oh yeah. So here's the thing. You gotta hang on. I fucked this up. I'm clicking the wrong image. There we go. All right. So look at. Hang on.
Okay.
Here we go.
I can see the top of your bald head.
Yeah, that's right. So look at how bulbous that front end is. Look at the curves.
It looks like your head.
Yeah, it
No,
does.
we're gonna talk about like fitting.
Hang on, let me see if you can you capture my cursor? Can you see my cursor? On this? Oh, here we go. Oh yeah, here we go.
Unfortunately.
Hang on, I'm clicking. There it is.
Oh, there it is.
Look at this guy. Look at the fucking snoot on this bad boy.
Do
you see this?
This is it. Okay.
Do you see how thick that front end is? With that gentle grading, the blue and the green and the tan. I mean, this is a man's dreadnought with a fucking fiery back end. I mean, Brisk. Look at this bad boy.
No,
look
I'm
at
showing
him.
you right now what you should have.
Oh, right here. This is in siege. Oh, please, Daddy.
This is what you should
Talking
have
about.
right now. This one right here.
Oh, is that a Phoenix Navy?
This is a Phoenix Navy issue my Phoenix Navy issue, by the way, sitting on the DO6 Keepstar in lovely pure blind. Now let me ask you a question. Jinx, can I ask you a question?
Yes.
And I'm going to scroll on here for a second so you guys can see and go down here. There is the Keepstar. Actually, I mean, not to show you space. There is the Keepstar. All right, there it is. Why is there no skin on this Keepstar? Are you guys poor?
I'll do it. I'll do it today.
I was about to ask the same question. Jinx, come on now.
This is so
I
upsetting
I have to transfer the Evermarks. You know,
we fought so hard.
We did. We fought so hard to get you.
What color? What color? Not pink.
I don't care.
Blue and
make
white.
It blue and
What are
white.
you
Make it
talking
brave
about?
colors. It's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, make the main color white, then do the blue edges and the blue lines. It's perfect.
Okay. All right. I'll
Hell
do it.
yeah, dude. That's
Just
what I'm
gotta
talking about.
I mean, if you do want to get goons to come up north, you could do black and yellow. Black and yellow. Black and yellow. You could do that. That might work. But anyway, I had to tease you a little bit because I was like, damn. There's no skin on this Keepstar. How is this even?
Yeah, some of the other skins
I'll tell you.
just expired, so I was running around doing those.
Oh, is that?
Yeah.
All right. Okay. That's a good excuse. Now, the rest of the show, we've got about 13 minutes. I wanted to talk about a couple of things. I think, first of all, one, Crimson Harvest is still going on. For those of you who are into those types of things, go do Crimson Harvest. Now, Mark, have you done any of the Crimson Harvest sites? And
Absolutely.
there goes that Athenor. Boom. It is dead.
Yeah, you see that bad boy? Look at him go. He's smoked. Smoked.
Bye-bye, C1 guys. You lost your stuff. Jinx, have you done any of the Crimson Harvest things?
No.
I haven't either, and I'll tell you, the main reason for that is I find it very, very difficult, and we always argue and complain about this on the CSM, to the point that I don't bring it up anymore because it's falling on deaf ears. The distribution of the combat sites, in nullsec in particular, is really bad, and it makes it very difficult, I think, for groups to find spots that are not completely farmed out all the time anywhere near their space. And even with Ansiblex is getting somewhere where you can bring a big ship to run these sites because they are hard, it's just very, very difficult to find anything. And I have been through tons of space and I've just not seen any.
There was one in FTech in last Wednesday or this Wednesday, I forget, and I was fitting up the ship to go do it because I don't do the events that often. I was like, it's right there. And then a gang came and we wanted to fight them, so I was like, okay, never mind. More PvP. So.
There you go.
There you go.
The second thing I will note is my understanding, having talked to a number of people, was that on the first day of the exploration sites, they were dropping tons of loot, tons of stuff. Everybody was overjoyed with how much stuff they could get from the Crimson Harvest exploration sites. And then they got nerfed, and now people are going 6, 7, 8 cans in a row of not just finding junk, but finding nothing. To the point that people are getting really pissed that you started out with plenty, and then the pendulum went the entire opposite direction and now they're getting nothing because they got nerfed into the ground. So this I won't say that this has been a very successful Crimson Harvest as opposed to some of those in the past, but it's still going on for another month or so. So if you have not been doing them, potentially folks are either going to start giving up, or maybe we'll get lucky and they'll tune up the number of combat sites in nullsec, and you guys can get out there and see some of these. So keep an eye out for that.
In Brave, we prefer, they got the 90% loot, so there's more looting to be had. So that's what I like about Crimson Harvest.
Right, 90% loot is probably the best part of it, and that's unfortunate because, you kind of want to do other things. I've heard a lot of complaints recently about the latest Plex sales that included skins. These were apparently, the past ones had included skins, these ones do not. And they're the same price, and people are a little annoyed about the fact that they're not getting skins. I'm hearing a lot of complaints about skin stuff lately. I don't know why that is beyond the normal complaints we hear about skins. And I haven't even been doing my normal run-throughs of all the forums and everything because I am wrapping up my CSM term here relatively shortly. I would assume in the next 2 weeks we will be done.
Yeah,
are
one
we done?
more meeting.
Do you know when we're done? Are we done? One
more meeting, and then maybe something. I don't know.
Almost
maybe
happening.
something.
Jinx and I are both rotating off. I because I was term limited. Jinx because real life term limited him. The pain of being a real life rocket scientist. Unfortunately, you're a busy man. What did you? So just in the last 10 minutes of the show, and I don't want to belabor this because I know the audience gets really bored when we talk about CSM stuff too much. How did you feel about your experience this year?
I think I had good expectations, I think, which from Dunk, I got a lot of coaching from him. He had done it before, so I didn't have like huge expectations that we were gonna fix the game or everything was gonna happen really quick. I ran to try to improve things with corporations and helping new players, just like Brave tries to do. So I think I kind of got to ride the wave of the corp tools. I think I don't want to claim full credit or anything, but working closely with them on something that I do feel like will have impact for corporations and new corporations, and help make a difference between corporations that are really active and like give their members things to do in game, as opposed to maybe just the biggest corporations, which Brave Newbies has been a benefit of. But I feel like this gives tools to a ton of different groups and like raises the bar for everybody. You don't have to have an IT crowd. So that I'm super happy about the experience, and I made those impacts. Some of the how things went and our influence on some of the patches was more frustrating, which I know it well and have a lot more experience in that. So sometimes it felt like we had a moment to make input, and then it just it wasn't heard or wasn't acted on. So
do you have any regrets from your term? Anything you look back on as missed opportunities or something you wish you had done that you didn't do?
CEO and CSM was when I took over in November. Like my availability for CSM did go down, and that's one reason I didn't run again. I felt like somebody who could be more engaged would be even better for the game. So like there was maybe I would have done this anyway, but like for the presentation for the summit, I had been thinking about that for 2 months, and I made it while hungover, like the day before at the summit. So I could have done more there. Brisk, how you engage in like such wide forums. I had initially tried to do some of that, but I got, by the end I was limited down to Discord and the subreddits, just tracking all those. So I feel like reaching out to a wider group was something that I had hoped to do.
it's
I ran
it's not an easy thing to do, and that's I feel like one of the things I am concerned about, and what I'm hoping to see is that somebody on the new CSM is going to step up and do that, because one of the things that I think is beneficial to being on the CSM is talking to a wide group of people. And you don't want to be. I certainly know the perception is that those of us that don't want to talk to people are and I don't like that perception. I try to fight against that perception, but no matter how hard I thought it's to change much. But regardless of the perception, I still think my job a lot better. I was better at doing it, having had the access and the discussions with people who play the game and I don't, and being able to take what they tell me and go and actually get things accomplished. But it's not easy to do, and it's something that takes a lot of time. Fortunately, it's something that I had learned how to do while I was doing my other work, and the fact that I don't have a significant space job, I mean, it's more now than it has ever been, but it's only been since June, that I feel like if I had to be a CEO or an FC or an alliance leader and do the CSM stuff, I don't know how I'd be able to do that. So anyway, it's one of those things. But I know the CSM is going to miss you. Your great voice, the presentation, tools and everything, I think was very beneficial, and I think it did lead to a number of the things that were added. And I'm hoping that when Heaven comes out in November, that they'll finish up with the corp stuff that they talked to us about in particular, like making an auto pay feature so that you don't have to track all this stuff in the game and then physically by hand out rewards and things like that, and potentially making it so you can give out medals and things like other things we've talked about with them. I'd love to see that kind of thing happen.
Yeah, I think they need. We're getting one, which is the copy paste tool that I asked for. Again, don't want to take full credit, but I like the tools are useful, and we're getting and having like the project management role. I think that's gonna be really good, and I just hope they continue to, like they said, strong organizations at FanFest. I hope they realize that their tools have a really big impact on how organizations are run. So getting us some quality of life on that will help. And then next year, they teased us some things at FanFest. I hope they can deliver.
I think we'll all be looking forward to that. So, all right, to answer the question in chat, and this, I apologize to those of you who are listening to the show on the podcast. You're not going to be able to tell what he's talking about, but Not Nuri says, why is Brisk looking so clean today? Well, there is a reason. The reason for that is
because he actually had to go into work this week.
Besides the fact that I had to go into work this week, I got a haircut. Now, let me explain the process here.
Oh my goodness.
When I get a haircut, and I get my haircut and my beard trimmed at the same time. I've been going to the same barber for 25 years. He and I are old buddies now. We're up together, essentially. When I look like right now, I'm in what I call most interesting man in the world mode. I look pretty good, and I can sit here and drink a Dos Equis and do commercials, and it's fine. By the time it gets to week 4 or 5 or 6, and I usually need a haircut every 3 weeks. By the time I get to week 4, 5, or 6, that's when I go through this slow transmortification from most interesting man in the world to Santa Claus, and that's what I looked like last week, because I hadn't gotten my haircut yet. So now I look better. That is what happens. It was a haircut. Mark got a haircut too, but that was like 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, my hair's actually really long right now. It's kind of a pain in the ass. I was gonna cut it before the show, but then I started doing like PvP stuff.
Then you started getting in kikis and shooting structures.
It's true.
You don't have to get a haircut if you get a nice Brave cap. So.
There you go. Everyone was asking in the beginning of the show, I want a Brave cap. Where do I get a Brave cap?
Oh, so we got it. I'll link it.
Or link it. Go ahead. If you're not allowed, I will link it for you again when you do. But anyway. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to wrap the show up today. I would like to thank Jinx for joining us. This is a man who knows things. In the parlance of our times, he knows where his towel is. He's a good man. And I'm pleased that he was able to join us today to talk about the war in the North. Mark?
Yes?
Thanks for coming.
Of course. I mean,
I appreciate you asking the hard questions while you were in the middle of killing random things.
Yeah. Yeah, in it was some of the random things at the end, so that was fun. Yeah, I mean, just go fucking help Jinx. What are you doing? Just do it. Listen. I should not be the person to tell you this. I mean, I know I have no skin in the game, and it costs me absolutely nothing to say it, and it's probably just political grandstanding. But fucking do it. You know, we get like 80 good years on this earth, maybe, and then we're done, right? So like, you're gonna tell me you'd want to, when you're laying on your deathbed, you've got your family around you, like your loved ones, you're in the hospital, hooked up to the machines, like beep 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 beep, and you're just laying there, you're like, oh, I'm glad I stayed docked in the keep store in 1DQ instead of going to go help my good friend Jinx the Care.
Imperium have done a ton for us in the NIT, in the North. We're winning the first IFA right now. So
he has to say that. I don't have to.
Well, we appreciate all you.
I remember fondly Fountain Frank telling everybody at the end of Vietnam, you guys will be able to say in 20 years when you're sitting in front of your fire with your grandchild on your knee, and he asked you what you did in the Great Vietnam War, you can say, well, you won't have to say, well, I shoveled shit in period basis. So instead you were up fighting, which is good. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for watching. This has been the Meta Show for October the 14th, 2023. I'm Brisk Rubal, joined alongside Mark Resurrectus and our boy from Brave, Jinx to Care. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you all next week. You stay classy. New Eden.
The last new ship for Elite Dangerous might actually be the last new ship, as in the final new ship. The Mamba and Crate Phantom released on the 11th of December 2018. Now some might feel that this is a huge problem for a space sim. I felt the same. So I created a poll to ask people if they would prefer to see a new ship or get a Thargoid-focused FPS component in the next update. The answer kinda surprised me a little. It wasn't too far off a 40-60 split. Sure, it was roughly 60% in favour of ships, but that's still 40% in favour of FPS. It's an interesting take for a game that is, to all intents and purposes, a space sim. Update 14 then will be arriving next month, and the question is still very much out on whether it will be a boots on the ground update or a space focused one. Then again, maybe it could be a blend of both. The last new ship for Elite Dangerous might actually be the last new ship, as in the final new ship. The Mamba and Crate Phantom released on the 11th of December 2018. Now some might feel that this is a huge problem for a space sim. I felt the same. So I created a poll to ask people if they would prefer to see a new ship or get a Thargoid-focused FPS component in the next update. The answer kinda surprised me a little. It wasn't too far off a 40-60 split. Sure, it was roughly 60% in favour of ships, but that's still 40% in favour of FPS. It's an interesting take for a game that is, to all intents and purposes, a space sim. Update 14 then will be arriving next month, and the question is still very much out on whether it will be a boots on the ground update or a space focused one. Then again, maybe it could be a blend of both. The last new ship for Elite Dangerous might actually be the last new ship, as in the final new ship. The Mamba and Crate Phantom released on the 11th of December 2018. Now some might feel that this is...
Yeah, we've worked together literally
The right support can give you confidence.
What is set for Elite Dangerous in 2024? Could it be the end of the line for this long-established game? Or do Frontier have some surprising plans for it? The fact is, we don't know. However, based upon the information Frontier have just released, we can take a strong, educated guess. So, right up front, I want to really point out that it is my opinion that things are not looking good for the game. I'm not sure what's going to happen in 2024. I don't think it's going to be fantastic, but other people likely have a different opinion. Either way, before we get too deeply into all of this, we're going to need some context. So let's start with Frontier's recent financial report that released at the end of last week. So Frontier have just announced an operating loss of £26.6 million for their current financial year. This is undoubtedly a huge deal for the company. In turn, this announcement appears to have directly affected the value of the company's shares. Today, as I'm recording this, the share value of Frontier is sitting at around about £2.56. So this is a massive drop from where it started at £9.75 at the beginning of this year. That's a massive drop of over 70% in value. And let's not forget, a few years back, Frontier shares were valued at nearly £35 a share. So this drop in share price has had a massive impact on the overall value of the company. Frontier once held a market cap value of over £1 billion, a very valuable company. Today, it sits at just under £100 million. That's a drop of close to £900 million in the company's market value. Right, at this point, I think it's important to mention that I'm not a financial advisor. Nothing I say in this video should be taken as financial advice. It is simply my speculation and interpretation as an unexpert on some of the publicly available data. So do take all of this as you will. Now, at any rate, what does all of this have to do with Elite? And more specifically, what does it have to do with Elite in 2024? Well, the future of Elite is directly tied to the profitability of not only the game itself, but also to Frontier. The more problems and challenges Frontier face, the more potential issues could be possibly ahead for Elite as a game. So here's a few issues that Frontier are currently facing as a company. In their financial report, Frontier confirmed that F1 Manager 2023 had lower than expected initial sales. Now, a few weeks back, I mentioned that I fully expected this to be the case, simply based on the data from Steam charts, and it turns out that was indeed accurate. I mean, just look at the player numbers here for these two games. This in itself really should speak volumes. Another problem for Frontier is that their third-party publishing arm, Frontier Foundry, has been closed. Previously, Frontier said that this business arm has been underperforming. Now, these two issues with F1 Manager 2023 and Frontier Foundry have led to Frontier's operating loss of 26.6 million. So this is a massive concern for Frontier, no doubt about that. Going forwards, it seems that Frontier are re-evaluating their business model. Frontier's CEO, Johnny Watts, said, "Since I took up the baton from David Braben last summer, our board and our senior management team have been investing more time in reviewing our future plans. We are conscious that our financial performance over the last 2 years has not been good enough. And although there is always room for improvement on project execution and operational delivery, I firmly believe that the majority of our financial challenges have been driven by some of the decisions that we have collectively made over the last 5 to 6 years, which did not always result in the expected financial outcomes for the company." So it's clear that Watts is accepting that the company has made a spate of bad decisions, something which many players of Frontier games have been saying for many years at this point. It's not all bad for Frontier though. The report goes on to say that they have confidence in the future. For example, their Warhammer Age of Sigmar game is due to release in November, and meanwhile they currently have 2 more untitled management titles in production, one of these set for release in financial year 2025 and another in financial year 2026. Frontier confirmed they are going to refocus their attention on titles they know work well. They specifically say that this means their focus will be on what they call creative management games, or CMS. In other words, games like Planet Zoo and Planet Coaster, maybe the Jurassic World games as well. Now, the report mentions very little about Elite Dangerous, but it does confirm that Elite is one of the 4 pillars that have been successful for the company, specifically space simulation games. Right, so we know that Frontier hasn't had a good financial year for 2023. We know that they believe they are facing challenges and that they believe their decisions have affected these things. We know they're focusing their attention on management games going forwards, with an expanded focus on real-time strategy games such as Warhammer. And let's not forget, in 2023 financial year, I think they also purchased Complex Games, the studio behind Warhammer Chaos Demons, a recent game that Frontier published. So what does all of this mean for Elite? Well, here is where it gets all very speculative, so do keep that in mind. None of what I say here is official information in any capacity. It's all speculation and opinion, but it is based on educated guesses. Here's how things look to me. To start with, Frontier are concerned about profitability, perhaps first and foremost. They want to focus on games they know have worked for them in the past, and this seems to suggest they don't want to focus on games they know haven't worked. For example, Odyssey, maybe. For a game to be profitable whilst also maintaining future development, the game needs to have a decent number of players. So, with all of that in mind, here's the problems as I see them when it comes to Elite Dangerous. The first of these issues then is indeed player numbers, and as shown by Steam charts for Elite Dangerous, player numbers have been dropping significantly throughout 2023. By July 2023, the player numbers were at the lowest point in the game's history. Now, back in July, when I actually pointed this out, there were some other people who were claiming that player numbers appeared to be stabilizing, despite that being quite obviously incorrect. And since then, the numbers have continued to fall. But that said, there has been a slight boost from the 1st of September that coincides with the release of Starfield. Whether that's going to be an ongoing boost or a temporary one, only time will tell. It could go either way. But either way, the good news is that Update 17 is set to release in October. Although aside from a strange and mysterious video, we don't know much about the update at all. We know very little in fact. We also know that Update 18 is coming at some point in the future, although exactly when hasn't yet been confirmed. I suspect though we'll probably see it before the end of the year. Beyond Updates 17 and 18 though, we have no information on the future of Elite. What's more, the much anticipated feature overhaul that Frontier announced back in 2022, they promised for that release in early 23, well, there's still no sign of that coming into existence. So, given all of this, here is my take on Elite. Frontier are looking to return to profitability for the company. They confirmed that to do this, they will be sticking with what they know, specifically management games and maybe RTS games as well. They've said that Elite has been a success for them over the past 10 years, but beyond that, they give no further information on the title. We know that player numbers for the game are dropping. We also know that engagement from the Elite community team has also been reduced. They've basically cut down the number of live streams. So, given all of this, I wouldn't at all be surprised to see Elite enter a period of extreme quiet in 2024. Now, I don't believe for one moment that Elite will be shut or that the servers will be turned off, but I wouldn't at all be surprised if Update 18 is the final update Elite gets for a long time. Elite, after all, is now a very old game, and it seems potentially it's not quite cutting it for Frontier anymore. Right, now I've said all of that, I want to set a record straight before we go any further. This video is not an attack on Elite or Frontier. I think anyone who watches my videos regularly enough will know that. But, well, I'm just presenting data here, much of which comes directly from Frontier, and I'm offering my speculative insights based on that data. But for some reason, every time I release a video like this on these types of topics, there's a vocal minority in the comment section that tends to misunderstand my analysis as a negative attack on Elite. To those individuals, this isn't an invitation to twist my words or launch personal attacks, although I'm sure some people may try and do that. Either way, me pointing out specific comments on my videos isn't something I usually do. When it comes to Elite videos, there's always a small group that seem to be unable to separate criticism or analysis from outright hostility. Okay, either way, by the same token, I'm sure that there's going to be a select few others out there who are going to twist the wording of Frontier's financial report to show or suggest only positive things are ahead for Elite or for Frontier. Either way, much of this is going to be entirely subjective, and that's really how it should be. Ultimately, I think many of you know I'm neither a glasses half full guy nor a glasses half empty guy. I'm simply, well, it's half a glass. But in all my years on YouTube, one thing I have noticed above all else is that people always seem to hear what they want to hear, and rarely what is actually said, although perhaps that just goes for a small segment of people out there. At any rate, with all of this in mind, here's another perspective for Elite in 2024. And, you know, people often wonder why I present more than one perspective. Well, that's because I tend not to sit in one particular camp. I'm a bit of a realist. Right now, I'm 80% sure that my thoughts on Elite that I've already mentioned for 2024 are going to be accurate, but here's what the other 20% of me actually thinks. Frontier have shown in the past, many times over the years in fact, that what they do today with Elite isn't a reflection of what they're going to do tomorrow. Sometimes that means we go through times of, well, lots of content releases followed by droughts. Other times it's vice versa. In short, what I'm trying to say is that Frontier can surprise us with Elite content, and sometimes in very good ways. That means I don't 100% believe that the future ongoing development and continued updates for Elite is going to end in 2024. I'm a realist, so I'm not going to hold to unfounded hopes though. Like I say, I'm about 80% sure that things are going to go very quiet. Ultimately though, I do want to see Elite continue onwards. It's got an amazing community, it's been a great game, and another 10 years of development would be a very nice thing indeed. But even better would be an Elite Dangerous 2 at some point in the not too distant future. Either way, let me know your thoughts and feelings about all of this in the comments section. I'd love to hear from you. As always, thanks for watching, and I'll catch you guys and girls next time.
restrooms are a mile away.
Really? This your plan for movie night? Yeah, I got rid of our cable and...
This is Witchbase News for Friday the 22nd of September 2023. I'm Commander Burr. In Elite Dangerous News this week, we take a look at what might be hidden inside the Update 17 teaser trailer. After FDev released their annual results, we consider what they might mean for the future of Frontier developments and Elite Dangerous. As always, if you enjoy our videos, please do hit the like button, and if you haven't already, be sure to subscribe and ding the bell so you don't miss any of our Elite Dangerous content. And if you'd like to help directly support the Burr Pit, you can also join our Patreon. Links to that and everything else are below. At last week's PitCon event in Nottingham in the UK, Frontier chose to release a teaser trailer for the next update to Elite Dangerous, Update 17. Included on the end of that teaser was the expected release date for the update. That release date is October the 16th, just 24 days as I speak these words. Frontier hosted the latest episode of their Frameshift live stream last night, and some significant portions of that live stream did concern themselves with the teaser trailer and what commanders thought they'd seen in it. Arthur told me when speaking to guest developer Max, did say however that there was at least one detail that, as far as he was aware, no one had yet spotted. We've been over the teaser trailer with a fine tooth comb, and having thrown the tooth comb away because it's coated in caustic goop, we can now talk about what we think we're seeing in there. The teaser, which is presented in a glitching found footage style, shows around a minute and a half of what is very clearly some sort of Thargoid surface installation, but it's not something that we have in the game right now, or at the very least it's at a different stage of something that we have in the game right now. I'm going to make some assumptions here, but there are too many indicators and familiar objects to ignore. What we believe we're looking at is likely the next stage of one of the Matrix surface sites that appeared in the game recently. I say the next stage because the Matrix sites, whose purpose and nature isn't even slightly understood, make creaking and rumbling noises and have sand and material falling off of them. The indication at least appears to be that they are in fact growing or pushing out of the ground somehow. I'm going to talk right out the gate about the opening shot because what it shows, whilst very vague, is, we think, significant. The video starts high above a planetary body, so high that you can see the curvature of the surface quite plainly. As our viewpoint moves quickly forward, a very large gaseous cloud can be seen coming over the horizon, and whilst it's difficult to be sure, at its centre we think we're seeing a large solid spire like structure. We're at some significant distance still, so whatever we are seeing must be very large. The next scene shows further inside the cloud, and we see two large organic spires protruding from the ground, one with a beam of bright green light emitting from its centre. As the scene continues, a bright point of light launches from what looks to be a patrolling revenant, more on that in a moment, and it rises quickly into the sky. Rather than continue rising however, the object reaches altitude and then seems to travel horizontally, almost like a patrolling aircraft or perhaps aerial drone. On the extreme right of the scene is a further organic structure that we think reappears throughout the video off to one side, and whilst it's difficult to be sure, it looks to be extremely large. We think this may be the base of the central spire that we're seeing over the horizon at the start of the video. As the video continues, we're shown various Thargoid matrix like structures and protrusions at ground level until we see what looks to be one of the objects from the current version of the sites that, when scanned, is identified as itself a matrix. The, I'm going to call them petals of the matrix, are, rather ominously, slowly opening. Also, the base of the matrix looks to be much wider and deeper than what we've seen so far. It looks like it may have pushed further out of the ground, and more of it is now showing above the surface with root-like structures underneath that you can clearly see through in the opening scenes of the video. Next,
we see a couple of scenes of Thargoid Revenant drones moving around, but it becomes rapidly apparent that some of the Revenants we're looking at are not the same as the ones we've become used to. They are larger and have at least 2 searchlights on the front, whereas the current crop of Revenants sport just one such light. If I had to guess, I'd say these drones are the Thargoid equivalent of the Goliath drones that are often found in human military installations. I also think it was likely one of these Thargoid Goliath drones that launched the bright light aerial drone that I spoke of at the start. Again, all the while there is the presence of the very large Thargoid structure off to the side of the screen. We currently have no idea what purpose all these structures serve. Is it a Thargoid citadel maybe, or perhaps an actual hive? Your guess is as good as mine. We can clearly see there is another form of the Revenant drone on the way. My personal feeling is that perhaps we're seeing it launch an eye in the sky style drone of its own, or a loitering weapon system perhaps. I do think we're looking at a very large central structure surrounded by spires, and that the barnacle matrix structures themselves are opening up. The whole scene is very Geiger-esque and frankly the stuff of nightmares. As I mentioned at the top of this piece, update 17 arrives on the 16th of October. Frontier Developments released their annual report last week, which always makes for interesting reading in one way or another. I will preface this by saying that we are not by any stretch of the imagination proficient financial analysts, but we do have some very basic understanding of these types of reports. This can obviously all be quite dry material to chew through, so we're going to focus on 2 important key performance indicators, both of which have gone down this year. The first is a thing called EBITDA, which is the worst acronym in the universe, but it basically stands for earnings before interest, taxes, depreciation and amortisation. Pretty thrilling stuff, right? The second is the company's cash flow. This is perhaps a bit more obvious in that it's a measurement of the amount of cash that comes into and out of the business in a given period. In any company, a decrease in the worst acronym in the universe may be an indication of low profitability. It generally means the company has had rising costs, but they have been unable to pass those costs along to the customer by raising their prices, as one example, and so this number goes down. The cash flow represents the amount of cash the company is generating from its activities before paying off any debts and stuff like interest. Frontier did note in the report that the decrease in their cash flow of around £10 million was due to the acquisition of Complex Games, the developers of Warhammer 40k Chaos Gate, and also a purchase of shares to slot into their employee benefit trust this year, and were it not for these 2 contributing factors, the cash flow would have in fact gone up. Overall, their pot of cash actually looks pretty healthy still. The 2 indicators we've isolated here aren't by any means the whole report, but they are a simple way of understanding what's generally going on with any business. If they are rising, that's a good sign. If they are falling, it's not so good, and Frontier probably have got a bit of a bumpy road ahead to get through as a result. Looking at this situation with a calm head, I don't think the sky is falling by any means, but it may mean we'll see a tightening of the corporate belt buckles and possibly a reduction in more casual spending across their stable of existing titles, including Elite. I'm gonna guess that licenses like Warhammer Age of Sigmar and Formula 1 are expensive for Frontier to get, and as a result the board are going to want to see a significant return on those 2 investments, which is why we've seen them become such a big focus for FDev in recent months. It is interesting to note that games released before the start of this financial year delivered 72% of the total revenue in that period, with Jurassic World Evolution 2 being the biggest hitter. FDev have also stated that Elite Dangerous is still making money as part of that portfolio of games. Frontier note that their post-launch nurturing strategy delivered solid numbers this year, i.e. looking after the games they already have released has paid off well for FDev now and in the past, and it continues to be a staple of their overall corporate strategy. As a company, they have also declared a refocusing of their strategy, and this made for some very interesting reading indeed. Johnny Watts, the new CEO who took over from David Braben just over 1 year ago now, notes that in January 2024 the company will be celebrating 30 years since Frontier was founded in 1994, and that benchmark has provided, quote, the perfect context in which to look back at our games and re-evaluate what makes a Frontier game when it comes to our project selection decisions, end quote. In analysing their successes, FDev have now defined 4 project selection pillars, these being strategic, experience, gameplay and longevity. In the report they go on to state that their biggest past successes to date all align under those 4 project selection pillars. They then go on to list their favoured game genres that they see as staples of FDev's identity. Those listed genres are CMS games or creative management sims, so titles like Jurassic and Coaster etc, and they have 2 more CMS games currently in development, one for financial year 25 and one for financial year 26. This genre far and away is what Frontier considers to be its strongest suit. Sports management, with the F1 Manager series being the current focus, real-time strategy, this way lies Age of Sigmar, turn-based strategy, here be Warhammer 40k Chaos Gate, and finally open world space simulation with the genre defining Elite series of games. Just to underline that again, FDev have this week said that they have 5 genres that they see underpinning the company, and those genres are creative management sims, sport management sims, real-time strategy games, turn-based strategy games and open world space simulations. Odyssey, now 2.5 years ago, was a significant bump in the road, absolutely. Odyssey did however arrive off the back of 7 years of significant success, with Elite Dangerous performing extremely well for FDev, and that can't be ignored or trivialised. My personal assessment is that they very much need F1 to start earning its keep, and they clearly have a lot riding on Warhammer Age of Sigmar. I was personally excited to see FDev were making a Warhammer RTS game. I was less excited when I learnt that it isn't in the 40k universe and had a smaller, more console centric scale and approach to real time strategy. But I'm of the Total Annihilation and Supreme Commander generation, which were very different games to what Sigmar appears to be reaching for. Frontier is undoubtedly facing some challenging times, there's no 2 ways about it, and I do think the company is likely about to go through somewhat of a firestorm. You can't escape the fact however that FDev have listed both Elite Dangerous and the space simulator genre as part of their strategy going forward. I think the next year could be a galvanising process for them. They're already looking at what they do best and are refocusing the company toward that, and having been through the fire they'll likely emerge stronger and wiser. Were you reassured to hear Frontier refer to space simulators as one of their pillar genres? Have you seen the Update 17 trailer, and what details can you see that we might have missed? Let us know in the comments below. That's it for now. Thanks very much for watching. We'll be back later this week with more videos. Until then, 07 Commanders, follow the greens on the way out and do keep clear of the toast rack. We very much look forward to seeing you next time.
You need a team watching your back.
Oh my god, we're a team!
Duo powers up your cybersecurity by shielding against threats and verifying users.
perfect. I've confirmed your flight. Thank you for flying Apex Interstellar.
Shuttle docked. Ready for boarding.
Wonderful. Take all the time you need. I'll be here if you take it.
All right, I've got to go. Talk later.
Welcome to Federal Space. Welcome to Federal Space.
Excuse me.
If you intend to travel today, ask yourself, are you prepared for the possibility of a Thargoid attack? The enemy can strike anytime, anywhere. Stay vigilant and stay alive.
I need a trustworthy courier, and I need, if this job goes sideways, it's going to be real bad. Be careful.
Welcome to Federal Space.
Are you sure I can't persuade you to do it?
You want to buy from someone who don't want to be caught unprepared. Let's see what you got. Come back when you're ready.
A wide range of services is available.
Welcome to Apex Interstellar. It's the first step to everything.
Apex Interstellar Transport accepts no responsibility for...
Thank you. Your booking is confirmed. Have a good trip.
I need a courier. There's a lot in the balance with this job.
Okay, so this is everything. I understand.
I need someone with good aim to run me out of this alive, and I'll buy. This is everything else I can tell you. Eddie, I could really use your help.
Welcome to Federal Space.
ships, just ask. Okay, let's see if we can find you the perfect ship. Take all the time you need. No need to rush. Come back for me.
This sort of thing is happening to plenty of people.
Please, I'm putting my trust in your hand. Are you sure I can't?
You always need boots on the ground. You ready to see some action? Remember.
Honestly, I try to avoid
It sure seems to be anything that works.
You are too fussy about the federal thing.
Welcome to APEX. I hope we can be of service soon.
Can I help you, Commander? So how may I be of service today? Feel free to browse my wares. Anything else? Suit yourself. Makes no odds to me.
You don't mind getting your hands dirty? I could have a job for you.
Need someone with steady nerves and even steadier aim. Not you.
The Thargoids are an ever-present threat. They can attack anytime, anywhere. Are you prepared?
Naturally, unmistakably.
Welcome to Apex Interstellar. Where would you like to go?
Apex Interstellar Transport accepts no responsibility for any grievances sustained while on board an Apex vessel, including but not limited to jelly lumps, memory loss, weight loss, adrenal surges, night terrors, kidney shivers, increased appetite, auditory hallucinations, vertigo,
Thank you. Your booking is confirmed. Thank you for flying Apex Interstellar.
Trigger finger.
Shuttle docked. Ready for boarding.
Actually talking here.
aboard an Apex.
No gravity. Magnetic contact active. today.